Hi, we're live downtown Toronto. Sorry, there's a little bit of a technical glitch there, but tonight is the election night special here at True North. We're so excited for all the programming that we have here tonight. I'm joined in studio by a group of my friends. I'm really excited to have Sue-Ann Levy, a True North contributor here. We have Anthony Furey, the editor over at the Toronto Sun, and Hamish Marshall, True North's in-house pollster. For the election, we have a lot to talk about. We're going to talk about all things politics, all things federal election. But first, we're going to go over to Andrew Lawton, who is live with us in Gatineau, outside of the federal leaders debate. Andrew, what's going on over there at the leaders debate?
Well, of course, at the exact moment you asked that question, a bunch of protesters start shouting. There are a lot of PPC protesters here, actually. Maxime Bernier and the People's Party upset about not being included in the official debate. So they decided to have a rally outside the Canadian Museum of History here in Gatineau. It's been very peaceful, no issues in the time that I've been out here. As of right now, I'm actually in the secure part of the debate venue outside as we await the arrival of the leaders. So far, just Annamie Paul has arrived, which means there are 4 leaders left to go for the 5 who will be debating tonight for the first and only time in English.
Interesting. And so what are you expecting for the debate? Are the leaders there yet? Has anyone arrived?
So just Annamie Paul has arrived right now. The others will be en route very shortly because this is kicking off in about an hour's time. One of the interesting things that I think from the last debate, which is the French language debate last night, that will be a bit different is that this one's a lot more widely viewed. This is the one that's more likely to get clipped and picked up by the media. So if there were leaders that were holding something back in the tank, if you will, I think we can expect to see that come out tonight.
Is the format going to be the same? I mean, I tuned into the French debate last night. I don't think very many people, other people did, just judging by the numbers on YouTube and the live streams. But can we expect a similar format? Last night there was, so it was very scripted. There wasn't really a lot of back and forth, not a lot of opportunities to get into real debates. And they covered a lot of grounds, but the issues that they covered were, in my mind, not the most relevant issues in the country. Do you know if it's the same format tonight as it was last night, Andrew?
It's very similar. There are some minor differences. Of course, the moderators are a bit different, but they're sticking to that idea of having 5 core themes. And what's interesting and what's been one of the bigger criticisms put towards the debate since they announced the themes is that there is not going to be a foreign policy section at all. There's going to be talk about leadership and accountability, some COVID recovery, reconciliation, but no talk of foreign policy. And a lot of people feel like, well, we have a crisis with Afghanistan, a growing conflict with China, like we're missing out on a very key part of the campaign here. Remember, for the first week, Justin Trudeau couldn't have an event without being asked about what was happening in Afghanistan and Canada's response or lack thereof. So the fact that that isn't going to be brought up here officially is a big frustration for people. Now, in response to this, what some people have said is, well, there's no reason a leader couldn't bring it up in some other form, maybe bring it up in the accountability section. But that's going to be one of the big things that I think a lot of people are going to see as missing from tonight's debate.
Kind of sad, isn't it, Andrew? I remember back when the media used to organize these debates before it was a government commission that did it, and that was a new thing under Trudeau. We'd have lots of debates. I remember Maclean's hosted an entirely foreign policy debate back when Harper was the Prime Minister in 2015. And, it seems that the government's taking control of these debates, but they haven't really done a very good job. It seems bizarre, just given, Canada's place in the world. Trudeau's whole thing before was Canada's back and look at us on the world stage. And here we are in 2021. We've lived through a global pandemic. We have China on the rise. We have Afghanistan falling to the Taliban. And yet nothing on foreign affairs, foreign debate. It's really, really sad.
Yeah, and I'm sure Hamish can tell you when you get to discussing things later on that foreign policy does not traditionally move votes, but that doesn't make it less important. And the whole reason for the government takeover of the debates, of the formation of this Leaders Debates Commission, was to supposedly create a debate that wasn't beholden to the interests of private media companies that would serve a public interest. So you have to look at and say whose interests are being served when some pretty key issues that matter to the country are being left out of the discussion. So I think that's a big issue here. And again, there are other opportunities. The leaders can still bring up whatever issues they want in the scrums, depending on what they're asked and throughout the course of the campaign. But that's going to be one of the noteworthy aspects of this. And just looking at kind of the analysis from last night's debate, the French debate, a lot of the times what is discussed matters a lot more than what's said in response to it. One notable example of this is a question on climate change from an 11-year-old. And the entire premise of the question was based on gloom and doom. The question used the term climate catastrophe. The 11-year-old was saying he's worried about his future kids. So it becomes very difficult for any leader to really have a discussion about this when it's already been framed in a particular way. So format matters.
So sad, honestly, everything that's wrong with the country and the way that the way that we introduce these topics to kids. We're giving these little kids anxiety, giving them fear about a politicized concept. I was really bothered, Andrew, last night when they had that 11-year-old. And look, he did a great job, but honestly, like the idea that he was asking about what his kids, like 11-year-old saying, what will my kids' future look like? I don't know an 11-year-old that thinks that way. I have a hard time believing that he came up with that question on his own. It was almost like a lost in translation moment. I'm like, did I hear that correctly? This little 11-year-old is asking about his own kids. That, to me, that was just pure political propaganda, and it was really disappointing to see. Andrew, quickly, just one more question. What can we expect format-wise? So we have the 2-hour debate, and then let us know a little bit about what to expect after that.
So it's going to be just the debate itself for a moment is going to be broken up into 5 themes. So roughly that will work out to be, the 2 hours divided evenly among those themes. And interestingly enough, I think what we're likely to see is a fair bit of crossover there. So I do think that some of the discussions won't be as easily confined to their section just because of the format. And then after the debate, all the leaders, all 5 who are participating, will come and do a 10-minute scrum each. For reporters. And this was something, if anyone did watch the French language debate last night, you'll know I was able to get a couple of questions in, one to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and another to NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. And it's kind of a bit of a luck of the draw as to which leader you get to ask a question to. But obviously, the reason I'm here is because that opportunity to put questions to leaders who might not otherwise take questions from reporters or take questions from us allows us to ask things that do matter to a lot of people, but haven't really been front and center in much of the campaign coverage. So, it may just be, a 50-minute period after a debate, but it's a very important 50-minute period because that's where you get an opportunity to sometimes go beyond the talking points or at least beyond the issues that have been taking up a lot of the oxygen of the campaign.
Right, and I mean, it's the closest that we at True North come to being able to ask Justin Trudeau questions and hold him accountable. It's great that you got that question into him last night, Andrew, and unfortunately, Justin Trudeau's never answered a question, I don't think, in his life. He talked, you asked a question, then he talked for a minute, but he didn't really address your question or answer it in any way, but still, you gotta take your chance and put questions in. Well, we really look forward to it. To me, that's the most exciting part of the night is those scrums afterwards, but obviously we've got a big night planned and lots of exciting things. So, Andrew, thank you so much for joining us from Gatineau, and we look forward to seeing you later on in the show.
Well, I think I saw some bourbon there, so save me some when I get back to Ottawa.
Sounds good. All right. So I feel like there's a lot to talk about. And, what Andrew and I just got into a little bit was the fact that there are protests outside of this event. We've seen protests throughout the entire campaign, and I feel like that is the theme of this campaign, is Justin Trudeau's unpopularity. He obviously called this election because he believed that he was going to get a majority. He thought that the polls, I believe, at the time were telling us that he was going to win a majority. Hamish, is that right? Or
absolutely, yeah. No, but if you look at the polls the week before the election was called, the majority was by far the most likely outcome. His personal popularity numbers were they weren't spectacularly good, but they were better than they were 2 years ago when he went into the 2019 election. They were looking decent. And really the big story of this campaign has been his personal numbers have just tracked down. Our own poll showed he's certainly dropped over the last 3 and a bit weeks. And I think this debate's going to be a big part of that, whether he can try to recreate some of that old magic. But what I've certainly found in research about Justin Trudeau in the past is he's an unusual politician, and that once people decide they don't like him for whatever reason, when he does something, whether it's blackface or the trip to India or any number of 100 other gaffes, is once they stop liking him, they don't just sort of start liking him a little bit or disliking him a little bit more. They just really dislike him. People either seem to really like him or really dislike him, and he really polarizes people. So his ability to get people back or charm them again is very, very limited, and that's why I think this election is very tight.
What do you think? What is it about Justin Trudeau that you either love him or you hate him?
Well, it's a phrase that they apply to Greek tragedy. hubris. And that's what we've seen here in all of this. As Hamish says, things were looking good for him. He says, well, maybe they can look better. Maybe I can go and at this moment where lots of divided opinions on the pandemic, stuff was going to happen in Afghanistan. I know he didn't think it would be the exact day he went to the Governor General, but perhaps if he'd had his eye on the ball a bit more and been talking to the commanders on the ground, then he would have foresaw, okay, this is the situation that's going to happen right when I call for this election. So I think hubris got the better of him, and that may be the story of his whole political career.
Well, I mean, in some ways, it served him well. I was thinking back to Justin Trudeau in 2015, and there was something exciting about him. I was never a Trudeau fan or anything like that, but he was on the cover of the Rolling Stone magazine. He was sort of young and a little bit famous, and there was sort of excitement around him. And
Trudeau mania.
It was I don't know what the first Trudeau mania was, but there was definitely that excitement. It was unlike previous politicians. The thing I like about Canadian politicians is they're usually pretty boring and unassuming, and Justin Trudeau was a little bit different, and I think that's what you either love or hate. And by the time 2019 rolled around, he couldn't really do that anymore. The blackface thing that came out in the middle of the campaign, that really hurt his street creds with the left wing kind of like avant-garde people that just weren't gonna, he's not really woke, he's fake woke, right? And so that campaign, it was like he had to demonize the conservatives, and he sort of like set it up like he's the anti-Trump. He's not Trump, he's Trudeau, he's the nice progressive guy. And I feel like this time around he doesn't really have that contrast, and he's having a really hard time creating a boogeyman to contrast himself with, and that's part of the reason he's worked that. What do you think, Susan?
I think also that population has woken up as opposed to being woke. They've woken up during COVID, and people have suffered a lot. They lost people, they lost their jobs, they lost their businesses, and I think, and aside from the whole vaccine issue and his failure to bring the vaccines to Canada in a timely manner, I think people were really suffering, and he underestimated that. And the people that are protesting, I believe, are not anti-vaxxers. They're people who are just fed up with Trudeau and fed up with what happened during COVID and the failure of the government to realize that these people are suffering and to connect with people.
Well, it's interesting. Well, Hamish just did a poll for Trudeau, and we were talking about this on our show today. And so we asked, Hamish, why don't you explain that the question about whether COVID changed people's
Sure, yeah. Yes, we asked people, basically, lockdowns made you more concerned about the government's amount of power the government has, or lockdowns made you more grateful the government has the power to take actions to keep you safe. And 35% of people say lockdowns made them more concerned about government power. 65% say they're more grateful for the government's power.
Wow.
But 35%, in our conversation with this, Candice, 35% in Canada, that's actually a good number and a good start. And interestingly enough, when you think of these protests we've been seeing, especially in Quebec, that number is highest in Quebec. I think it's 47 or 48% are more concerned about the growth of government power in Quebec, which I think is very interesting and could certainly lead to all sorts of interesting things over there.
Well, 35%, I mean, it seems bad because obviously the overwhelming majority of Canadians just feel good about having Big Brother taking care of them. But 35%, if that's like the upward ability of Maxime Bernier to win, I mean, that would be a total game changer in Canadian politics if you could manage to kind of recruit all those people. But I think that, Sue, you're right, that the sort of anger people have, it's not just at being anti-vaccine, and this is something that really bothers me, the way that Justin Trudeau tries to sort of own science. Like, it's like whatever his opinion is the science, like capital T, capital S. And he uses it all the time. Even, last night at the debate, he took a shot at the Rebel, and he said, it's because of you that people don't trust the science. And it's like, I overhear people's conversation. Even today, I was at the hairdresser getting my hair cut, and the guy next to me was complaining about people who don't get vaccinated, saying that because of them, his kids still have to wear masks at school, and he's just fed up, and he wants, he's just ranting, this guy, right? And I'm kind of thinking, just because you're vaccinated doesn't mean that COVID goes away, right? Like just anecdotally, I know somebody who's fully vaccinated. They had to go on a business trip to Dallas, came back and had COVID, right? And there's a big outbreak happening in Texas right now. So just because you're fully vaccinated doesn't make COVID go away. But people have this perception, and Trudeau's the one that's really pushing it, that as soon as we get to this level where everyone's vaccinated, we can just go back to normal. It's like, is that even true? Like where are we headed? Because people can still get it. I mean, if we're just talking about back to normal, Justin Trudeau's double vaccinated, and he still walks around with a mask half the time. It's like, why are you wearing a mask if you're double vaccinated?
Erin O'Toole has had it. I think Yves Francois Blanchet, a couple of them have had it as well. So Sophie Rivard Trudeau had it. So they've had 2 doses of the vaccine. They've had the virus itself, some of them, not all of them. But I think, you know, to your point about Trudeau stressing these points so hard, I mean, that still gives the government the in to say, we have the magic silver bullet solution, and you just have to come to us and we will solve this for you. I remember well over a year ago, they said all you got to do is download our contact tracing app, and they were really pushing that, said this will end the pandemic. Subsequent things have come along, usually provincial issues, and I can hammer different premiers on that all we need is this, that, or the other. Vaccine passports is the newest thing. If only we bring in the vaccine passports, it's all done right away. But after Doug Ford caved and said he'd bring one in Ontario, just 3 hours later, the Ontario Science Table came out with a report saying, well, we still might need to have a fall lockdown. So you're like, well, clearly there is no magic silver bullet solution. But I know the politicians would like to dangle that idea in front of us. And to your point about the anecdote of the hairdresser, I mean, I think a lot of people are buying it.
Sure.
Well, if any thinking person would see that the goalposts keep changing. So if you want to travel, if I were to jump on a plane tomorrow, I'm double vaccinated, have been since April. I still have to get a COVID test before I leave, show proof. I'm going to a Broadway show in a couple of weeks. They've sent me a whole thing telling me what I have to do.
Wait, you didn't mix vaccines, did you?
No.
There was a whole story about if you got AstraZeneca and then you got something else, you couldn't go to Broadway.
I got Moderna. But, I mean, there's a whole protocol you still have to follow. So, you know, vaccines are not going to be the panacea. And talk about boosters, if you look in Israel, they're already talking about 3rd and 4th shots.
Well, and they're also having a huge spike in cases.
Yes.
So I feel like politicians just sort of, exactly, they say they move the goalposts or they hang these carrots for us to make us believe that if we just jump through this next hoop, it's like, at some point, people have a breaking point. And I think that's what we're seeing with a lot of the protests. People are just absolutely fed up. They've had enough. And this is an interesting point I raised in my show the other day. So when there were large-scale protests, like 3 years ago, led by Greta, the teenage environmentalist, you know, all these kids were out there and they were angry, and that was wonderful. That was passionate kids looking out for their future. And then the same thing with the Black Lives Matter protests. You know, we had angry people. There was a lot of violence, a lot of looting. The whole movement for defunding the police, you know, it's a left-wing social movement, and it got huge coverage and huge credibility in mainstream culture. Even this past summer, when the reconciliation issue came up, and the residential schools and the unmarked graves, it's like there was a lot of anger, a lot of vandalism, a lot of violence, and we just heard constant excuses for this behavior. And now we see, you know, large, huge protests like the one in Montreal. I've never really seen something that big. I was surprised when I was looking at it when it was Montreal. You know, you'd assume it would be like Calgary or something, but no, freedom-loving people in Montreal. And the way that the media just either ignores them or completely demonizes them, or the Prime Minister of the country completely demonizes them, saying these people are racist, these people are misogynistic, these people are angry, and they have no credibility whatsoever. Their political issues and their anger translates to them being bad people, whereas, you know, on the left, these same, you know, people's anger, it's passion and it's social movements.
It's the shameless double standard, and you know it drives me crazy because I've seen legacy media characterize them as, for example, rabid right-wing PPC followers, anti-vaxxers, you know, crazies, and everybody follows in lockstep. You know, Trudeau says it, and then everybody else in the media portrays the same way. These are just people who are fed up, as you said. Average people. I've been canvassing the last couple of days in Midtown Toronto, and I'm telling you, it's a very liberal riding. But you go knocking on the doors, and people are so angry with Prime Minister Trudeau. It's over and over again. They'd rather vote NDP or Green. I'm hearing that over and over and over again.
Interesting. No, it's really interesting to see Trudeau's just total fall from grace. We've got Andrew out in Gatineau, and we're going to go back to him. So, Andrew, tell us a little bit about we're talking to Andrew Lawton, True North contributor, True North senior fellow. Tell us what the scene is over there in Gatineau outside of the federal leaders debate.
Yeah, thanks. It has been a bit interesting. So the noises that you might hear from time to time tend to time with whenever a politician's motorcade or vehicle is coming into the area, and people are not quite pleased with it. These are overwhelmingly People's Party of Canada protesters who were gathered with a very simple message at first: let Max speak. But interestingly enough, and kind of tying into the discussion you were just having, a lot of the frustration that is driving their protests seems to be what we see driving a lot of the protests that have dogged Justin Trudeau for the entirety of the campaign. And that is frustration with vaccine passports, frustration with this sort of permanent suspension of normalcy. And that's, I think, quite interesting. And just to go back to some of the themes that I think are likely to emerge tonight, one thing that I'm going to be listening for is any sort of discussion about that idea of returning to normal. What does normal look like? What are the benchmarks that we are using to get it there? And interestingly enough, last night, all of the talk was really about, when it came to COVID anyway, about how much aid was given, what that aid was being used for. There was some discussion about CERB and CRB and the longevity of some of these programs, the labor shortage that we're seeing all over the country. These were some of the ideas that came up, but none were really getting to the crux of the matter, which is we've got travel restrictions, we've got vaccine passports, we've got further encroachments on what we can do in our individual lives in most provinces in Canada. What is your plan to get us out of that? And that was not something that we heard at all. So that's going to be something I'm listening for in tonight's debate. And not to tip my hand too much, but something that I might actually ask about in the scrums after. So that's going to be one of the big things that I'm keeping an ear out for and keeping an eye out for in the debate. And just to give you a sense of where things stand now, as far as the arrival of leaders, we're only waiting on, I think, one or two more. Justin Trudeau just arrived a couple of moments ago. So things should be getting started up. And this is, for those who are just tuning in, the English language leaders debate starting at 9 p.m. But it's going to be certainly an interesting night anyway.
That report, Andrew Lawton on the ground in Gatineau, which is just right outside of Ottawa. We're really excited, and thank you for giving us that update.
Yeah, you can see Ottawa in the background, so we're close there.
There it is. Oh yeah, there. Oh, is that Parliament right behind you?
Yes.
Nice. Awesome. All right, thank you so much, Andrew. Right back in studio here with Sue-Ann Levy. I'm Candice Malcolm. We've got Anthony Furey and Hamish Marshall. Thank you so much for tuning in to the show. And if you like True North, if you appreciate the work that we do and our investigative journalism, our independence, I really encourage you to help us out, make a donation. Anything that you can give is really helpful to our operation. We're funded entirely by generous Canadians and their donations. We don't take bailouts from the media, and it's so disheartening as a journalist to see so many media outlets, so many journalists across the country increasingly taking more and more money. It's like every year there's another story of another media bailout or another fund that the Trudeau government has created to support local journalism or to support certain types of journalism. It's like they're creeping their hands into every corner of the industry, and it's really hard to trust a journalist that is getting paid for by a bailout from the Trudeau government, whether it be the state broadcaster and the CBC or more and more newspapers that are going to the government hat in hand to get a bailout. And it's interesting just as a journalist to watch the landscape change over the last decade or so. The old guard is really kind of clutching. They don't want to let go of their hold over the country, over the control that they have or they perceive that they have in sort of having the establishment views and the old distribution chains. And it's kind of fun to see disruptors out there and different outlets, younger people not even getting their news at all from newspapers or television, people going entirely into social media. So it's fun to be a part of that, and I'm really excited about the work that we do at True North. We've got lots of programming, lots of content, investigative journalism, written reports every day at tnc.news. We do podcasts, live shows, events like this here, and so we really have a lot going on. And if you like our journalism and you want to support independent journalism in Canada, I encourage you to head on over to tnc.news/donate. I want to talk a little bit about the debate format. I touched it a little bit in the intro when I was talking to Andrew, but basically the idea that the government is now the one that controls how these debates are run in the federal government. Our friends over at the Rebel had to sue and do an emergency injunction once again this year in order to get into the debate. And I watched the hearing that they did. And it was interesting to hear the government lawyer explain why the Debates Commission exists, because they really think that they have a noble role. It's like, oh, the debates, there was, like, public trust was waning, and we needed to reestablish public trust in this debate process of the election. And yet, I can't imagine how any of the Debates Commission, the work that they do, how that would regain the trust of Canadians. I mean, just this election alone, we have, two official French debates, and then they got the French profiles of each leader. And now we finally have an English debate, and it's in Quebec, right? It's like, why can't they do a debate in Alberta? Why can't they do a debate in Vancouver? It really doesn't feel like they're representative of the country in any way. What do you think?
Well, the funny thing actually is that all their arguments about how the old system of consortia, the journalists getting together and creating debates didn't work, they don't apply that to Quebec, because there actually are only two government debates. There's the French debate last night, the English debate tonight. But last week, TVA, which is the biggest private TV channel in Quebec, had their own debates. And TVA just said, we're having a debate, we're inviting these candidates, these four candidates, and if you don't come, we don't care, but we're going to do it anyway. But TVA has such a big audience, the power of the market means that everybody comes. And the difference is, it'd be like, there isn't really an equivalent in English Canada that has a big enough market share in order to do that. If you remember in the last election, actually, and you might not even remember this because it didn't really work, is City TV tried to do a national debate in the first week of the campaign. Mm-hmm. And there was Elizabeth May and Andrew Scheer and Jagmeet Singh, but Mr. Trudeau did not come. And they did the debate, and because the Prime Minister wasn't there, the ratings were terrible, and it wasn't a big success for City TV. And actually McLean's co-hosted it with them. And then on top of that, Trudeau didn't pay a big price. City TV doesn't have the ratings or the reach across the country to really make him pay a price for skipping that debate. So I find it very odd that we're in this world where they have all these arguments about how this is about establishing public trust and everything, except it doesn't apply to Quebec, where they just do it anyway. And the funny thing is, the debate last week, the private debate last week, is the real debate in Quebec. The debate last night, I'm sure when the TV viewing numbers come out, and you said the live stream numbers were bad, in the last election, my recollection is it was 5 or 6 more times people watched the TVA debate than watched the official debate. The debate last night was just sort of a government box-checking exercise. The thing that was interesting happened last week.
That's so interesting. Well, I'm kind of curious about how tonight is going to unfold. I don't really know if Canadians are tuning in. I was listening to the radio driving down here, and all they were talking about was attendance at the U.S. Open and everything like that. And there's a Canadian, I think in the semifinals now, a woman, and it's like, that's exciting. And that's not at the same time as the debate. If I wasn't sitting here doing this job, I might be at home watching tennis right now.
Yeah, it's interesting because this idea that the Debates Commission would solve everything would be perfect. First of all, how is it broken in the first place? And so, you referenced how there were foreign policy debates in the past, and I think that the Monk Center, the Monk Debates, put forward their own debate back in 2015. It was very successful, and now people are complaining about various particulars of the Debates Commission. So clearly, this hasn't solved anything. And I think there's an old saying that the response to any sort of freedom of the press, free speech issue is more free speech, more freedom of the press. So Rebel News or any other outlets is knocking on the door saying, I want to participate. Okay, well, let them participate and let more participate. And then it just, the more voices, the merrier for all of that. That should be the operating principles. And then if you want to have other debates, and to Hamish's point, if a large enough entity comes forward and says, well, we're hosting a debate, we don't care about this Debates Commission formal quasi-government thing, then it's going to happen. So it's just very odd, this debate commission thing. It is not a good solution to a problem that never existed in the first place.
Right, it's a solution in search of a problem.
I think it's one more example of Trudeau's touch or control over speech, free speech, lack thereof. And, to me, it was a fait accompli that Rebel would be banned and that they'd have to fight to get in because they are his Achilles heel. Hopefully us as well. He didn't want them coming and doing whatever they do. And it was silly because it made him look bad. And today, he gave Rebel a platform to, grandstand even more. And, we won. But a debates commission to me is just evidence of the total control, I think, including bailing out media and giving them handouts, that has occurred during Justin Trudeau's reign.
Well, I mean, there's a couple interesting things. It's like, okay, they didn't learn anything the first time around by banning. So in 2019, people aren't aware of what we're talking about. Both True North and the Rebel were banned. The Debates Commission said that we were not media companies, and they let us know at the very last minute. That was the worst part. They didn't post any public rules or criteria about what we were required to be in order to get accredited. They let us know on Friday afternoon, and the debate was on Monday. So we hired a lawyer and worked all weekend. When Ezra heard that we were doing it, he did the same thing, and the case, the judge heard our two cases together, just because we were fighting the same thing. And at that point, it became pretty evident to me that the judge was on our side. I mean, it was like, why did you ban them? Why didn't you give your criteria? All the stuff that I was wondering. It's like, okay, I'm getting vindicated by this federal judge, and I'm so grateful that he ruled in our favor. It happened again, and this time the judge issued, the Debates Commission wrote like a 20-page report as to why the Rebel was being banned, because they thought, okay, we'll just take what we didn't do right last time, and we'll cover our tracks. I was glad that True North got accepted this time, and the Rebel didn't, but the federal judge had the same opinion. I watched that case as well, and she was really skeptical of the idea that the Trudeau government or the Debates Commission would exclude Rebel, who has been accredited in all these other situations. I think, they've been accredited at the United Nations and all these other places. Not letting them in, but then letting like the Vietnamese state broadcaster who doesn't even have any presence in Canada. Like, it's such a joke. Like, why would they get accredit one and not the other?
And why put the energy into it? 20-page report is bizarre. Let's say you like Rebel and you like Ezra, well, then you want to let them in. Let's say you don't like them at all. Well, then let them in, because then all that happens is they line up at the mic for the chance to ask a question, and then that's just it, and it fizzles away. If you don't, there's a big fight. It's a news story. It becomes a question in and of itself. It draws attention to stuff. I mean, it is just bizarre. It's self-defeating.
Drama they didn't need, and then Trudeau getting up and answering the question, and going apoplectic, virtually apoplectic about Rebel and how terrible they are. And I thought, this silly man, this is just just lending to the drama, and they give them a story.
And don't target any news outlet as Prime Minister, as President. We were told that was a negative with Trump. I mean, regardless, take Rebel out of the equation. I mean, I feel like it should be beneath the Prime Minister to just go and start nitpicking and needling like one news outlet. Like, just, relax.
Especially, like, I don't know who the reporter was that asked the question, but, it's not her organization. She's just asking the reporter. She's asking a question, and he's going on this whole rant. And this is the guy that, I'm old enough to remember when he was railing against the Conservatives, saying that they were divisive and that they were belittling people and that they were, creating wedges in society, or, that they were putting people at risk because of their dangerous rhetoric. And then we had the Prime Minister, saying those people who hate science, those people who hate vaccines. It's like, what I see is it's an establishment viewpoint, right? You have the Debates Commission that said no to Maxime Bernier, even though he's at 10% in the polls now. I mean, Hamish, I know you're a bit skeptical of some of those polls, but he's polling a lot better, probably than Anime Paul. There's one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they at least for them, for the leaders inclusion, they put out criteria. Now you can argue the criteria are very arbitrary, but at least they publish criteria. The thing that they did this time that they didn't do last time is, again, to your point of them sort of learning a lesson or trying to pull the same thing again, is they put a time limit saying you must poll over 4% within a certain number of days of the election being called, and they kind of came up with this whole criteria around it. You can argue the criteria was set up to specifically deny Maxime Bernier from being in the debate. I don't know if they want to get any evidence of that, but they've come up with this criteria. But again, right now it's clear that the PDC is the fourth most popular party, for maybe the fifth, depending. They could end up with more votes in the bloc if some of these polls are true. And the idea that they wouldn't be in the debate is of course fairly ridiculous.
Well, but then to me it's like the double, right? It's like no to right-wing media, no to right-wing politicians. It's like, what is that saying about the establishment in Canada? You have these fringe parties on the left, and I mean, the NDP, sure, maybe they're becoming more and more legitimate, but they still have pretty fringe ideas that would easily be considered far left. right? You have Anime Paul and the Green Party, but it's not really even a party. I don't know if they're going to win any seats. I don't know that they're going to really survive. It kind of used to be like a one-person personality party around Elizabeth May, and then she finally stepped back, and it was like, it could have been the Greens' moment, and instead they have these weird, petty internal divides. But you have this room in Canada for left-wing groups, far left groups, that are perfectly legitimate. You can say the same thing about the media landscape, right? You have the National Observer, you have all of these independent, far left or left-wing media companies, and they're totally welcome, and they're totally fine. But then, the Rebel, not everyone's cup of tea, and certainly there's room to criticize them. But to say, like, as a country, we're okay with, like, everything over here. If you go, like, slightly over this way, then you're just not allowed. And I think that's really troubling.
And Vernier was at one of the debates last year. The sky didn't fall. Like, what's the big deal?
Yeah, and it's trickled down right to ridings where there are some really strong PPC candidates, and they've been banned from the debates. And I think that their perspective should be welcome. And, they're not going to win, but it sets feet to the fire to the other candidates, and maybe, get some hard questions answered.
The communist candidates show up at all party
Yeah, and not just
candidate debates and
like,
local ridings.
there's usually like
The Marxist
Leninists.
Leninists,
Yeah, there's
they
like
fight with the
seven
Communist Party person. They get into all their little infighting.
Well, and that's the thing, like, they sort of demonize the entire right, and so what you're left with is, and I'm sorry, I do think that Aaron O'Toole has run a really strong campaign. There hasn't been any major missteps. He seems to, like, foresee whatever liberal bomb is going to get thrown, and he's handled it with precision. Like, he's running a great campaign. But watching the French debate last night, I didn't see a lot of difference in terms of policy, in terms of ideas. It seemed like all the leaders just sort of agreed on everything. There wasn't really a lot, and at least last time around, you had Andrew Scheer, who at least had a slightly different view. It was still, he agreed with liberals and agrees on a lot of things, but he carved out a different path. Whereas with Aaron O'Toole, I just feel like, all the parties kind of, when it comes to climate change, we all agree. When it comes to COVID, we all agree. It's like there just isn't really a lot of choice.
The thing that I think separates Aaron O'Toole from the other two parties is the spending issue and the economic issues. And one would hope that he would be more accountable and more concerned about our deficit, although he's not going to eliminate it in the very near future. But we can only pray that happens. But the other two, Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh, will just spend us right into an even bigger black hole, I think. That's my perspective.
But this is sort of the dream of the Laurentian elite, right? Is to return to sort of the bland consensus politics in the 1950s and 60s, where all the major parties divided by personality and a little bit of policy, but not an awful lot. And at the center, we had this big mushy center, and everything was at. The irony is that they're screaming against the wind, because what we've seen with the internet had ended up in the polarization of politics across the Western world. So this ending up in this world where all the parties are more or less the same, it won't last, because people will end up in a form of a backlash. They'll drive around other parties. We've seen in this country in the past with the Reform Party, emerging in the late 80s, and and we'll see how many votes the PPC gets on election night. But their message, really more than anything else, is we're not for the consensus. And I said I don't think they're going to end up at 10% like they told the other day. But they'll probably get more votes than Greens.
Yeah, I mean, similar to what happened with Ford Nation, when people, Rob Ford, they sought out somebody who wasn't like everybody else and was not, smooth and all that kind of stuff.
So people like us.
Yeah.
It was the elitist.
Yes, not elitist. And he did very well at first. So yes, I think people are crying for that, and that's why it's so disappointing that the PPC hasn't been involved in any of the debates. hasn't been given a chance because, whether they win or they don't, they probably will get more votes than anybody imagines. But they elevate I think, the debate onto issues that aren't being discussed, like we talked about before, policy, those sort of things. Security, safety and security in Canada, that's a big issue. It's a big issue in urban centers.
Absolutely, and instead of really tackling the issue, we just get this fake debate about assault rifles and who's for them and who's against them. Folks, we're just going to take a quick 1-minute break. Please bear with us. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties. We'll be back in 1 minute to continue with the analysis for the pre-debate show here. folks, thank you so much for bearing with us. I know we had some pretty bad audio problems. I really apologize. We're a digital startup. We don't have the budget of the CBC. We don't get $1.2 million from the taxpayers. So sometimes stuff like that happens, but I really appreciate you staying on. We're going to give a little bit more analysis and have a couple more minutes of conversation before we get to the debate. I have it on the screen in front of me so I can see that the leaders are there in studio. They're doing a really cheesy photo op right now. And as soon as the questions start to come, we will go over to that. But for now, let's take advantage of the last few minutes that we have here. So Hamish, you were talking off air a little bit about the format of the debate and how it's a little weird. It doesn't really lend itself
Sure.
to good back to back. So why don't you?
So, what people want in these debates is they want to see the people who are likely to be prime minister have an argument about things that actually matter. So they've done an okay job. They've got 5 themes to be discussed: affordability, climate, COVID recovery, leadership and accountability, and reconciliation. So 2 or 3 of those are not bad choices. But then what happens is there's a question from a voter that goes to one leader, which doesn't really provoke interaction. Then the moderator can ask a question to each leader. It's not clear if it's the same question or if they all have to sort of answer different ones. And then they have this leader-to-leader thing where 3 of the leaders chosen by lot end up debating each other. So you could end up with Anne-Marie Paul and Blanchette debating Trudeau about reconciliation, and points that aren't big divergences, which will not make exactly exciting television. If the leaders are smart, especially if Trudeau's not in their little group of 3, they can take shots at Trudeau when he's not, or any of the other leaders, when he doesn't have the ability to respond. And that can make things interesting if they're strategic and use the format. And then there's a final section where for each of these groups, there's an open debate between all 5 leaders, which I suspect will just be everybody rounding on whoever was left out of the...
Hamish, I'm told that we are going to go over to the debate because it looks like it's starting a few minutes early. So, folks, thank you so much for joining our True North analysis and our pre-debate show. We are going to head on over to that live debate. Enjoy it, and we will be back in 2 hours for more analysis with the panel. Thank you so much for tuning in, and let's go to the debate. I'm Candice Malcolm. We're back in studio. That was a bit of a false alarm there. Quick to the trigger here at True North, but we're going to keep the analysis going because they haven't quite started the debate. So Hamish, you were explaining the format. I mean, for me, I don't mean to be cruel to Anne-Marie Paul because she seems like a nice lady, and in some ways last night at the French debate it was a bit refreshing because she doesn't really talk like a politician. She doesn't have talking points. When she's asked a question, she actually just answers and gives her opinion. If she doesn't know something, she says, I'm not very familiar with that topic, and in that way it was refreshing. In the way of thinking, we're trying to choose our prime minister as a country here, and hearing from a person who just has no chance of winning. Same with Yves Blanchette. I mean, sure, it made sense for him to be part of the French debate when the whole focus was on Quebec, but for the rest of us and the rest of the country, we can't even vote for him. So it just seems like a major distraction to have these contrast that with the U.S. election, where it's just head-to-head Democrat versus Republican, and they really hold each other to the fire, hold their feet to the fire. They get their blows in. You get a really good look not just at their ideas, but at their character, because how they handle themselves on the ground. I would love to see a Trudeau versus O'Toole head-to-head. I wish that we had more of that in this debate.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, to your point, you've got Trump versus Clinton or whatever it is. That's what people want to see. That's the main event. And can you imagine if the Green Party candidate, or I think Roseanne Barr was running for president as well, then if she had been on the stage there and you had to give her equal airtime, it just wouldn't be, the main event. You want the main fight card up there. I also think the topics are a little frustrating in tonight's debate. I mean, Hamish listed off those main topics. And of the 5, three and a half of them are also provincial and municipal domain. I mean, they're not following the subsidiarity principle very well. And the one thing that doesn't have its own topic, foreign affairs, that's not a municipal issue. That's not a provincial issue. That is the exclusive domain of the federal government. And if you ask some libertarian purists, what should the federal government do? They'd probably cancel half the federal departments out there, but of course keep foreign affairs, because that is, one of the original duties of any time a federal government is formed in history. So it is frustrating, particularly, and in the intro, Candice, you were saying earlier in the hour, we've got Afghanistan, we've got China. I mean, these are things that really have to be hashed out. And when you want to talk about housing, I mean, there's as Sue-Ann has covered very well, there are committees at city halls all across this country that are delving into housing and throwing billions at it. Maybe we can talk about foreign affairs just a little bit.
Well, and to your point, I mean, that's the whole sort of purpose. And we were talking a little bit earlier, at least I was, about how it feels like the leaders kind of have the same opinion on a lot of things. Maybe if we were having a broader debate, including, Hamish, the poll that you did for True North, it found that conservatives and liberals care about very different issues. So if you're a liberal, you care about COVID and climate change. If you're a conservative, you care about debt and the economy and jobs. And so it just seems like the topics are geared more towards liberal voters and the liberal worldview, and then foreign policy on top of that. I mean, maybe that is where we would see a bit of a contrast between Trudeau and O'Toole, but we won't get to know, unfortunately.
And that's the thing. That's where there's a disconnect between the federal leaders or Trudeau's commission and the average guy on the street. So what we care about on the street is the economy and how we're going to come back from COVID. What we care about is safety and security and how we're going to deal with, not with assault rifles, but with the massive shootings and the absolute enabling in our justice system of, this, the criminals and not giving them tough consequences. What we care about is the drug addiction issues and mental health issues, which is one thing that Erin O'Toole has covered quite well. But this is what we're caring about in cities when we see addicted drug users walking the streets, when we see just the absolute enabling of crime and shootings and people, that's what people on the ground are worried about.
Yeah, and yet there's very, very sort of little about that. Even the issue of childcare, which is something that a lot of people do. I know both of you fellows over there have young kids, and I have young kids as well. We probably have like 10 kids between us, or almost. But anyway, yeah.
Do fur kids count?
Yeah, fur kids. If you include the fur babies, then yeah, we have. Then, but even that debate issue, it's talked about in such a trite sort of way that it doesn't even really feel like it's addressing parents. It's like, do you believe in government health or government daycare or not? And that's like the confine of the debate, and it just seems like a missed opportunity, to your point, to connect with voters on the issues that are in their day-to-day life and they really care about, not sort of the abstract, the climate change stuff that, of course, everybody wants to have a clean environment. Everyone wants to have a good planet for the future, but it's not really top of mind when you're in a pandemic and you don't have a job and you're walking by needles on your way to work or whatever.
People aren't, talking about this at the door. 50% of the people or more are worried about affordability. That's what they're worried about. The other topic, I mean, even though it's a provincial responsibility, look at all the lives lost, seniors' lives lost, and our lack of respect for seniors, for the seniors population. We need to have a national strategy with federal government has to start thinking about how they're going to treat seniors from this day forward. So at the other end of the scale, yeah, there's no talk about that. And it was top of mind during COVID and then just fell right off the radar.
It seems to happen with so many issues. So, okay, well, it looks like the debate is actually starting this time. The leaders have just been introduced. So we will leave it there. It's been so great to have this conversation with everyone. Thank you, Anthony, Hamish, and Sue-Ann for coming by in the studio and joining us. It was an interesting conversation, and let's go to the debate and see what happens.
Leadership and accountability, climate change, reconciliation, affordability, and COVID recovery. Tonight, four undecided voters and journalists, maybe the journalists are undecided as well, will be putting their questions directly to the leaders. And you leaders, you've agreed to tonight's rules and format. So before we begin, please answer the questions you're asked. Do not interrupt each other. I don't want to cut you off, but I will if I have to, okay? All right, let's get started. You will each get a different question, and you have 45 seconds to answer. You all have a countdown clock. The theme is leadership and accountability. Your speaking order has been determined by draw, and Mr. Singh, you are first. Hi, Mr. Singh.
Hi there.
Mr. Singh, you are popular and you inspire many Canadians, but your platform is full of big promises. And when it comes to how you'll pay for it all, there's not a lot of details. Given this, how can Canadians know that you are really ready to lead?
I really appreciate the question, and I want to say good evening to everyone tuning in. There is a serious question that people are asking themselves in this election. They're wondering, who's going to pay the price of this pandemic and the recovery? And we do have bold plans about how we can invest in people. But we are the only party with a credible plan that will not put the burden on people, that will not cut the help that they need, unlike Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole, who voted against making the ultra-rich pay their fair share. We believe that billionaires should pay their fair share. We should end the loopholes and the offshore tax havens that mean billions of dollars are lost, that we are not able to invest in people. We want to put the burden on those that are at the very, very top so we can invest in the solutions that people need, tackling the climate crisis, investing in housing.
All right, thank you, Mr. Singh. Next to you, Mr. Trudeau. Because you wanted a new mandate, you plunged the country into an election even as the pandemic spurs thousands of new cases. But over the last 18 months, opposition parties have largely stood with you, putting the nation above politics. Why aren't you doing the same? How can you justify an election at this time?
Thank you, Ms. Curl. I think, first of all, I want to thank Canadians for being here tonight, making an important choice, and also, quite frankly, for everything you've done over the past number of months to help get ourselves and our neighbours through this. Tonight, over the next couple of hours, you're going to hear some very, very different, very strong ideas that are radically different about how we're going to move forward through this pandemic to end it, how we're going to build back better. Those decisions are going to be taken by your government now, in the coming weeks, this fall, not a year from now, not 2 years from now.
Could it not have waited a few months, Mr. Trudeau?
I know you want to go harder and faster on vaccinations. I know you want to go harder and faster on climate change, and you get to choose exactly that in this election.
All right, that's time. Thank you. Mr. Blanchet, to you. You deny that Quebec has problems with racism, yet you defend legislation such as Bills 96 and 21, which marginalize religious minorities, Anglophones, and allophones. Quebec is recognized as a distinct society, but for those outside the province, please help them understand why your party also supports these discriminatory laws.
The question seems to imply the answer you want. Those laws are not about discrimination. They are about the values of Quebec.
And yet religious minorities, sir, cannot progress if they wear their religious gear.
Quebec is not recognized as a distinct society. It's been recognized as a nation on June 16th by the Parliament. 281 votes said that Quebec is a nation, and everybody here seems to agree with that. No more distinct society, which never had any meaning anyway. Meaning, not meeting.
So again, why the discriminatory laws and your support for it, sir?
You may repeat as many times as you want that those are discriminatory laws. We are saying that those are legitimate laws that apply on Quebec territory, and there seems to be people around here who will share this point of view, which is a gain by itself for Quebec.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Ms. Paul, to you, for millions of voters, this is the climate change election. But at this critical time, you've been bogged down in internal strife. If your own party doesn't fully support you, how can Canadians trust you to lead through one of the most defining issues of our times?
It's an excellent question, and it's an honor to be here tonight on the unceded territories of the Algonquin peoples. It has been a very difficult period, and do I wish that our party had been further ahead, particularly at this moment? Absolutely. Do I believe that we have wonderful candidates running all over the country that you should consider voting for? Absolutely. Being who I am and in this position has been incredibly hard. Being here tonight was not an obvious thing. I've had to crawl over a lot of broken glass to get here. I'm proud to be here. I'm proud to be the first of my kind. And because I am the first of my kind, I know that I won't be the last.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. And to you, Mr. O'Toole. Mr. that will be in charge of a
Conservative Party. And we have a plan to get the country back on its feet after a difficult 18 months in this crisis. I'm a pro-choice ally to the LGBTQ community. That comes from my service in the military, where I served alongside people from all backgrounds, all orientations, putting the country first. And our platform, including a detailed plan on climate change, is about making sure we secure the future. Jobs, accountability, national leadership on mental health.
So is it you, sir, or your caucus that's driving the bus?
I am driving the bus to make sure we get this country back on track. And I'm here to defend the rights of all Canadians, women, members of the LGBTQ community, Indigenous Canadians. I want to make sure we all secure a future together.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. All right, leaders, thank you. It is now time for our first face-to-face debate. Mr. Trudeau, Ms. Paul, you're up. Starting with Mr. Trudeau, based on this question. You call yourself a feminist, but on your watch, sexual misconduct in Canada's armed forces continues to run rampant. Tell me, why are you allowing these unacceptable conditions to continue?
I think we recognize that there are systems and institutions that need to change across the country, and that's why from the very beginning, we stepped up with policies, new policies, stronger policies and processes to support every survivor, everyone who comes forward, because nobody deserves to work in a workplace where they are being discriminated against, where they are being harassed or hassled. We have been unequivocal about that. My leadership has been unequivocal about that. Yes, these problems continue in workplaces across the country, particularly in the military. That's unacceptable, which is why we've taken even stronger measures. It's unsatisfactory to have to say, we're relying on process in this. We want to just be able to have easy answers.
Ms. Paul, what's your response to that?
With easy answers. You have to fall back on process.
I have said before, and I'll say again tonight, that I do not believe that Mr. Trudeau is a real feminist. A feminist doesn't continue to push strong women out of his party when they are just seeking to serve. And I will say their names tonight and thank them. Thank you, Jane Philpott. Thank you, Jody Wilson-Raybould. Thank you, Selena Cesar-Chavez. And I'm here tonight thanks to the work that you have done. I believe that if there were more women on this platform tonight and in previous years, that we, in fact, would have better laws in our military. We would have childcare at this point. We would have many of the things that we need. I am the only woman other than Elizabeth May to be on this platform in the last 18 years The Liberal Party has never had a woman lead it. I think it's time for the party to examine its priorities.
I think, Ms. Hall, you'll perhaps understand that I won't take lessons on caucus management from you.
And I think
what I will keep
I won't
focused
take
on
lessons for you,
is making sure that our first woman finance minister has moved forward on,
all right, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Trudeau, I'm sorry, that's time. We have to move on.
Cabinet.
Mr. Blanchet, Mr. O'Toole, and Mr. Singh, this next topic is for you to debate. Canada's transition to a green economy depends on pipelines. At a time when Ontario and Quebec face uncertain energy supply over Line 5, this country cannot extract nor distribute oil domestically. Our theme is leadership. Tell me, which one of you is best to lead on these complex issues? Mr. Blanchet, per the draw, you begin.
I'm not very much interested in leading Canada. However, I am very much interested in making sure that Quebec is entitled to its own vision for the future. You know, in Quebec, we do not have energy issues that much because we are lucky. We are lucky. It's a piece of luck that we can produce green energy in a large amount. But the whole planet cannot afford this idea, this very Canadian idea, this very conservative idea, and as far as I know, this very liberal idea that we have to produce more oil, export more oil, believing that the money from it will reduce gas emission, which won't happen.
All Canadian families deserve an economic recovery, including families in Western Canada that feel left out after 6 years of Mr. Trudeau. When it comes to leadership, our natural resources sector is a leader in environmental social governance. Anytime Canadian resources are removed from the global supply chain, you know who fills that gap? Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, Russia. Well, all of these organizations and companies are getting their emissions down. Let's get emissions down and Canadian resources to market so that we can have jobs, opportunity, and fight climate change.
Mr. Singh.
When it comes to leadership on the fighting this essential crisis, one of the biggest crises we're up against, we've got a difficult choice for Canadians. You've got on one side someone who doesn't believe there's a crisis, and then on the other you got Mr. Trudeau who doesn't act like there's a crisis. And what it's going to take is real leadership, because the solutions are there. We can invest in green energy, clean energy. We can invest in renewable energy.
Doesn't give up on tens of thousands of workers across the country.
We'll never give up on workers. We're
workers that are working hard for their families, so we can get our resources to market.
Okay, one at a time, gentlemen. Mr. O'Toole, then back to you, Mr. Singh.
Sure.
Mr. O'Toole, then Mr. Singh.
I want to see Canadians get back to work in all sectors and in all regions. And I'm proud of what we produce in our country, whether it's our resources or the resources in the heads of our young people.
But
we
these
need
workers
to
need
get
a plan.
emissions down,
Mr. O'Toole,
and get our energy to market.
These workers need a plan that's going to create jobs for the future. And that's a responsibility of government. We've seen 6 years of Mr. Trudeau, and workers can't afford another 4 years. What we need to do is invest in a diversified economy, clean energy. We need to electrify transportation. We need to invest in retrofitting homes and buildings. We need to create good jobs for workers now.
But we need an economic recovery in all sectors
that have failed workers.
Last word to you, Mr. Blanchet. Last word to you, sir.
Leadership is not only saying the words, it's proposing solutions, admitting a problem, which they're not doing.
All right, thank you. My next question is for all of you. We've had some encouraging news out of Kabul overnight with the escape of 43 Canadians. That said, thousands of people who helped Canada during Canada's mission in Afghanistan have been left behind in their hour of need, and it is unknown if we will ever get them all out. To each of you, what would you have done differently? Mr. O'Toole, per the draw, you begin.
Canada should never leave behind people that are at risk because they helped us. When Afghanistan was falling, there were 1,200 Canadians and hundreds more translators and others waiting for help from Canada. What did Mr. Trudeau do? You called an election, sir. You put your own political interests ahead of the well-being of thousands of people. Leadership is about putting others first, not yourself. Mr. Trudeau, you should not have called this election. You should have gotten the job done in Afghanistan.
Mr. O'Toole,
hold on. This is not open debate, leaders. This is a situation where we're asking a question to each of you. No problem, Mr. Trudeau. I'm trying to keep track myself.
I would like him, Ms. Curl, because he called an election in the fourth wave of a pandemic with fires in British Columbia and with unfinished business in Afghanistan,
All
Mr.
right,
Trudeau. Thank
you, Mr. O'Toole. I'm going to give the opportunity next per the draw to Mr. Singh. You guys will have tons of time to debate, so hang tight. Mr. Singh.
Sadly, what's happened in Afghanistan is a tragedy that was something we knew about. We knew about the withdrawal date. We knew from President Biden what that date would be. And sadly, I agree with Mr. O'Toole on this one point that it was a bad decision to call an election while this crisis was going on, particularly because we've got allies on the ground that put their lives at risk to support our Canadian forces who are now looking at peril for their lives and may never get out of Afghanistan. We know the impact on women and girls in Afghanistan. It's heartbreaking, and it could have been avoided. Veterans had told Mr. Trudeau and his government for a long time that the current approach was not working. Those calls were not heeded, and as a result, we're in this really horrible situation.
Thank you,
it could have
Mr.
been avoided.
Singh. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Blanchet.
First, good news. I seem to understand from what I read a few hours ago that Kabul airport is now being open for some people to get out of the country, which is very good news. This should have been worked a long, long time ago. I agree with Mr. O'Toole that Mr. Trudeau should have put those people's interest before his own. However, the problem is that Canada has failed many times to create some strong partnerships with other countries in order to be stronger facing a situation like Afghanistan now, because by itself, we must admit, Canada is not a world power.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Mr. Trudeau, I invite you to respond now.
Thank you, Ms. Curl. It's unfortunate to hear the members, the leaders on this stage talking down the incredible work that our Canadian Armed Forces, that our diplomats, that our consular officials did from the beginning of the summer to ensure that as of the very beginning of August, well before this election, we were getting flights out of Afghanistan. We got 3,700 people out of Afghanistan. And over the past weeks, we've been working with the Qataris, for example, on exactly that good news that we've seen of more people, more Canadians getting out of Afghanistan. We work closely with our allies because we know Canadians sacrificed in Afghanistan for a better future. We need to stand by the people who helped us, who helped themselves, and we will with even more people coming to Canada in the coming months.
All right, Mr. Trudeau. Ms. Paul.
As a former diplomat and with a husband who provided advice on the peace negotiations in Afghanistan, we were hearing the stories all the time in the months leading up that this was foreseeable. And so it seems like we got better information on our smartphones than Mr. Trudeau got from our entire intelligence service based on what he's saying. The thing is that when people count on you, when you make a promise to them, then you do it so that people can count on Canada's word. When someone is your partner, you go with them, you go for them, or you don't amount to much. And so leaving behind people in Afghanistan, walking up to Rideau Hall and calling an election under these circumstances was not the right thing to do. And to borrow a line from Mr. Singh from 2019, Mr. Trudeau could just say, hey, man, I messed up.
All right, Ms. Paul, thank you very much. Thank you all. And now it is our time for a first attempt at open debate. Jumping off of this question, Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor have been in Chinese prisons for 1,004 days. The next prime minister has key decisions to make about our already tense relationship with China, such as telecommunications security and foreign investment. Some say this all comes down to a trade-off between Canada's economic growth and recognition of human rights. I'd like to know where you all stand. I'm sure you want to exchange on that. Mr. Singh, per the draw, you begin. Leaders, you may jump in.
Thank you very much. We know that we can't imagine what it is for Mr. Spavor and Mr. Kovrig to be going through 1,000+ days in a prison without access to human rights. I can't imagine what their friends and their families are going through right now. All I know is we have to do everything possible to secure the release of these two Canadians. We need to work with our allies, apply pressure, and make sure that we return these Canadians home. That's what we've got to do.
And that's exactly what we've been doing. Over the past 3 years, we have worked with international allies to put pressure on China in every single one of their meetings. We've worked closely with the United States. We, at the G7 a few weeks ago, worked with the international community to make sure we're moving forward on challenging China where necessary in human rights, competing with them economically where we need to, and holding them to account on the rule of law as a global community. And Canada's voice has been very strong on that.
Canada's voice has been absent, Mr. Trudeau. We have not worked with our allies on Huawei. We have not stood up for the 300,000 Canadians in Hong Kong. We've not fought for the two Michaels and put pressure on the communist regime We have not stood up for human rights. Sir, you did not show up for a vote declaring a genocide towards the Uyghur people. You didn't show up. Canada is the country that was leading the fight against apartheid. We created the UN Human Rights Code. We should be leaders for our values, sir. And you've let the Michaels down, and we have to get serious with China.
If you want to let the Michaels and get the Michaels home, you do not simply lob tomatoes across the Pacific. That is what Mr. Harper tried for a number of years and didn't get anywhere. You need to engage in a sophisticated way with our allies every step of the way.
You have to take the same position on Huawei,
and that's exactly
on
what
steel,
we have done
on
every step of the time.
Mr. O'Toole.
Cyber security, Mr. Trudeau. We are out of step, and our allies are wondering where Canada's gone. You started as Prime Minister saying you admired China.
If I could...
I'm coming to you, Ms. Paul. Just a second. I want to get to Mr. Singh and then to you, Ms. Paul.
I appreciate, thank you very much, the opportunity. I want to also we're talking about leadership and accountability. And in this pandemic, one of the moments I think of leadership that has been a failure is the fact that when we talk about leadership, it means finding solutions. And in our long-term care homes here in Canada, we saw the worst conditions in
Mr.
for-profit.
Singh, we're going to have time to chat with that later. The topic is China, human rights and economic growth. To you, Ms. Paul.
Yes, and this is an area where certainly lines are being redrawn all across the world. And the main thing that Canada is going to have going forward in terms of currency is its word. When we make a promise, we have to keep those promises. That's how, when we need help, we get it. You know, my mom grew up on a farm in a small community, and she learned very young and taught us that you have to give your word to your neighbors, and they have to be able to count on it so that when you need help, they're there for you. And so when we don't show up, when we're asked for vaccines from COVAX, and then we take vaccines from COVAX, when the Uyghur ask us for help to declare a genocide and we don't do that, when we don't show up on the climate by setting targets that are ambitious, but at the same time in line with our international partners and do our fair share, then our word doesn't count for much. And then it makes it very hard for us to help people like the Michaels when they need us the most.
Mr. Blanchet, did you want to get in on
Throwing
this?
tomatoes might not be the solution, but I would submit humbly that doing nothing might not be the solution either. The Mr. Trudeau's record on human rights is not perfect. We might name the two Michaels, we might name Uyghur in Xinjiang, we might name Taiwan, Hong Kong, we might name Catalonia and Mr. Puigdemont, we might name the worst of all,
Mr. Blanchet.
Raif Badawi being still held in Saudi Arabia because Canada wants to sell weapon and military supply to Saudi Arabia, which is unacceptable. The Parliament voted...
Okay, gentlemen, one at a time.
2 seconds. The Parliament voted unanimously to give citizenship to Raif Badawi. Nothing has been done afterward.
All right. Whoa. Mr. O'Toole, Mr. Trudeau, Mr. Singh.
Mr. Blanchet is correct. Canada is needed back on the world stage. We may be smaller than China with respect to population and economy, but we are a giant when it comes to our commitments to human rights, to dignity, and to the rule of law. And we have to start working with our allies to take a more serious approach for human rights, standing up for our workers on fair trade, and making sure that our voice is a principled one on the world stage again.
The problem with Mr. O'Toole and his principles is he says all the right-sounding things, and he's working on reassuring everyone that he's right there as a strong leader. But he can't convince his candidates to get vaccinated. He can't convince his MPs to follow his
let's keep the theme. Mr. Singh, you wanted to get in. I'm giving the last word. I'm giving the last word to Mr. Singh. Mr. Trudeau, please. To you, Mr. Singh.
Leadership means standing up. It means standing up for the Uyghur in China. It means standing up to defend people around the world. It also means showing leadership when it comes to fighting the climate crisis. We've got the worst record under Mr. Trudeau in the G7. So that's not leadership, certainly not.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, leaders. We are now moving on to our next theme, which is climate change. All right, this time we're starting with a question from Trevor McMullen. He is a high school teacher in Lunenburg, Nova Scotia. He's standing by. Trevor, what's your question?
Hey, good evening. As leader, what immediate actions would you take to make green technology more accessible and affordable so that everyday Canadians don't have to bear the financial burden of being environmentally ethical?
All right. Thank you, Trevor. Leaders, you've heard Trevor's question. Ms. Paul, I apologize. Ms. Paul, you're going first.
Thank you so much for that question. And Trevor, that's exactly where your head should be at. That's where all of our heads should be at. How can we use this opportunity to seize the moment to create a green economy? How can we incentivize every single person in Canada, every company, and every enterprise to adopt green technologies? How can we become a global leader? And so absolutely, if you look at our platform, you will see that we propose incentives all the way from buying electric cars, new and used, to retrofitting homes, to all of these items that will help make life easier for you and help for you to do your part. But this is a national and international issue. We need national leadership on it, and we need it across party lines.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Singh.
Thank you. Thank you, Trevor. I really appreciate the question. And I'm sure you speak to a lot of young people as a teacher and are seeing the fear in their eyes, the worry and the desperation that young people have because they don't know what type of future they're going to inherit. And they're worried about the impacts of the climate crisis because it's hurting us now, and it's only going to get worse if we don't do anything about it. And to invest in that future, we need to make choices. And right now, we look at the choices Mr. Trudeau has made over the past 6 years. He has promised to end fossil fuel subsidies, but instead of ending them, he has increased them to $900 million per year. That is money we could spend on investing in clean technology, in making it easier for people to access that technology and to do our part to fight the climate crisis. So it's a matter of choices. We can't afford another 4 years of Mr. Trudeau's choices.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. To you, Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you for the question, Trevor. I was raised by two strong women who were teachers, and they told me to be straight up. This is an area where the Conservatives, we had to win back some trust. We hadn't met the expectations of Canadians on climate change. It's an important issue for me as a father of a high schooler, and we talk about it all the time. That's why in April, long before the election, I put out a substantial package pricing carbon to meet our Paris targets. And what's interesting, our low carbon savings account will allow people to actually make green choices to lower their carbon footprint. This approach is innovative because it would allow all Canadians to know what their carbon footprint is and make those innovative investments to lower it. I think we all have a role to play, and our plan is detailed and we'll deliver on it.
Mr. Blanchet.
Thank you to be with us, sir. I hope you appreciate a little bit blunt answers. First, you put a ceiling on any production of oil and gas. You take all the money that the federal government is placing into that industry, even more by the Liberals than the Conservatives before, and you put that into green energy. And you take the money for Trans Mountain and you give it to Alberta for Alberta to initiate its own transition toward a greener economy. This is the way to do things, because if we don't do that and keep dreaming about reducing gas emission while increasing production, we will never get there.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Mr. Trudeau.
Thank you, Trevor, for your question. And from one teacher to another, I know that you need to ground your decisions and what you share with your students in science. And all these leaders on here have various claims about what their climate change plan is going to do. Unfortunately, if you look at what the experts and the climate scientists and the economists have said, we're the ones with the strongest plan to fight climate change. And how to answer your question specifically, how to make it more affordable for Canadians? Well, the first thing we did on that was bring in a national price on pollution that incentivizes businesses to go cleaner at the same time as it puts more money in families' pockets. We are going to put a cap on oil sands and oil and gas emissions and decline it until net zero and create those opportunities and investments that are going to make it more affordable for you and your students for many years to come.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Thank you, Trevor. Have a good evening. I'm turning it back to the leaders. It is time for more debate. The draw has Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole facing off. Your topic is climate change. Even today, 1 in 4 Canadians don't believe that climate change is caused by human activity. How can we achieve real progress when so many people are still debating the fundamentals? Mr. O'Toole, you begin.
Climate change is a real threat, not only to Canada and to the world. That's why we have to take a serious plan to tackle it. That's why, as I said, we put our plan out in April, because we had to restore some trust on this issue to make sure we can show Canadians we can get emissions down and get the economy working again. That is key. We have a plan to meet our Paris targets, but minimize the impact on jobs and investment. We're also going to make major investments in electric vehicles, in the hydrogen economy, small modular reactors. There is so much we can do to get our emissions down, but grow a strong economy, because without a strong economy, we can't tackle climate change. We can't tackle the issues of today.
The reality that Mr. O'Toole has never understood is you can't have a strong economy unless you tackle climate change. And you ask about how we're going to convince the quarter of Canadians who still don't think climate change is real. Well, Mr. O'Toole can't even convince his party that climate change is real, because they voted against that. And that's perhaps why his plan is so weak. His plan is to go back to the Harper targets, to the Harper approach on fighting climate change, which doesn't work. His costed platform, which he just put out last night, cuts $2 billion from climate investments and from things. And for our friends in BC,
you have
Mr.
never made
O'Toole
a target,
has proposed to restore
let him respond, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Trudeau, let Mr. O'Toole respond to you, Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Ms. Curl.
The tanker ban.
Mr. Trudeau always forgets one fact. He has never made a target for climate change. He has great ambition. That's part of the reason we're in an election in a pandemic, is his ambition. He doesn't have achievement. Well, he never meets his targets. So we have a plan that we will meet the targets and get our country back to work.
Except for the fact that right now we are on track.
Gentlemen, we have to wrap this segment.
All
right, we are moving on. We are moving on, leaders. Next up is Mr. Singh, Mr. Blanchette, and Ms. Paul. I'd like each of you to describe how you'll implement a national approach that best recognizes the significant regional differences involved in fighting climate change. You begin, Mr. Singh. You may jump in one at a time, please.
Of course.
Well, here's the thing. We just heard Mr. O'Toole and Mr. Trudeau argue about who's worse. And honestly, it's a tough question to answer. Let me tell you, you're not stuck with these two. Better is possible. We can invest in a clean economy. We can end fossil fuel subsidies. We can make sure we're creating clean transportation, and we can invest in provinces and territories to make sure they have the resources necessary to fight the climate crisis. I'm hopeful. I'm optimistic. I'm going to be a dad soon, and I want to make sure my child grows up into a future that has the same opportunities that I had, that has clean air, clean water, a clean place to live. I want to make sure that that's there.
As far as I understand it, it is not a national or even less a regional issue. It is a planetary issue. And it has to be tackled by everybody at once. But I would be glad to give some of my precious time to Mr. O'Toole, because a week ago, a little more than that, he said in French that he did not want anymore to have a pipeline to go through Quebec. That was quite a statement. He said that in French, no more pipeline through Quebec. I want to hear that in English tonight. Please, please.
Well, Mr.
Hold on. This segment is
I'll take time.
Quite frankly, this
we're not going to let that happen.
This on the climate, this sort of approach is going to get us nowhere, and I mean but nowhere. It is, and the question was an excellent one. This is a global issue. This is a national issue. This is a nonpartisan issue, and we have got to be able to come together across party lines. I said that I was available for a debate just on the climate because it's that important, but we've invited many times all of the parties to join us in a joint cabinet, a cross-party cabinet, to deal with this the way that we dealt with the pandemic, together. People were so inspired to see these leaders come together in the early days of the pandemic. We have got to bring that same approach here. Let's come together, because that's what's needed.
Thank you very much. I absolutely agree. We do need to come together. I can lay out what we shouldn't do and what we need to do. What we shouldn't do is what Mr. Trudeau did. Set targets and miss them. We shouldn't promise to end fossil fuel subsidies and then increase them. We shouldn't put a price on pollution and then exempt the biggest polluters. What we need to do is end those fossil fuel subsidies, invest in provinces and territories with infrastructure that's going to help us fight the climate crisis.
Hold on, Mr. Singh.
With the greatest of respect to
let Ms. Paul respond.
With the greatest of respect to Mr. Singh, we have been making this invitation for years, and it has never been accepted by the NDP or any other party.
All right, we have to wrap this section now, leaders. It is time for me, with great pleasure, to welcome Mercedes Stephenson of Global News. She is joining us now, and she's going to be asking each of you a direct question on climate change. This round starts with Mr. Trudeau. Hi, Mercedes.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Hello, candidates. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to ask you about a question that is on a lot of Canadians' minds, the question of climate change. Mr. Trudeau, starting with you. On your watch, Canada's greenhouse gas emissions have gone up every year since 2016, giving this country the worst emissions reduction record in the G7. According to the most recent data from your government, Canada's emissions in 2019 were just as high as they were 15 years ago. Environmentalists say that your performance is insufficient. If you're so serious about climate change, why are Canada's emissions still going up?
We inherited a government from a conservatives that did not believe in the fight against climate change, and we had a lot of catching up to do. But what we were able to do in 6 years is bring a national price on pollution, ban single-use plastics, move forward in protecting more of our coasts and oceans and rivers than any government in history. And we are right now on track to exceeding those 2030 targets set at the beginning at Paris, down to 36%. And we've gone even further with that, with a concrete plan that the experts have said is the only one that can achieve a 40% reduction.
Which they say you're unlikely to meet.
That is what we're dealing with.
Okay, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Blanchet.
Madame.
Your party often criticizes the oil and gas industry in Canada's western provinces. You've said that you would block pipelines trying to go through Quebec. While you were the environment minister, though, you allowed oil exploration and carbon-intensive projects without environmental assessment. So why the double standard, and what do you say to Canadians who feel that you're blocking their prosperity?
There were three issues that have been raised since I've been into this election. First one is having reversed the 9B line of Enbridge, which had been reversed a few years sooner without any evaluation or anything. Second one is a project in Baie Chaleur, which already had been submitted to an evaluation, an environmental evaluation. And the other one was to have an environmental, I will come to that, evaluation after the exploration. This is all a build-up made by the previously environmentalist Stephen Guilbeault from the Parti Libéral, which the Prime Minister did not even know about when he attacked me with it. My record is also having signed the carbon market with California, which is still considered the best way to tackle the gas emission through incentives and tariffs around, I wouldn't say the world,
All right,
at
Mr.
least North
Blanchet,
America.
That is time. Mercedes, your next question.
Mr. O'Toole, you're next. Under your plan, Canada would abandon its current climate target. Instead, you would settle for a weaker one. In fact, it's one set 6 years ago by Stephen Harper. World leaders are meeting this fall to ratchet up their commitments on climate change on the global stage, yet you would walk ours back. You've said that climate change is real and you've endorsed carbon pricing, but your target is the lowest of all of the major parties who are here tonight. Why should Canadians settle for your plan and a plan that would take our targets back in time?
Because Canadians deserve to have a plan and leadership to make the targets. Mr. Trudeau went to Paris. The targets I'm talking about making are the ones he signed on to, and then for 6 years did not make them. He likes to blame everyone else but himself for action. So what we did, because as I said, Mercedes, we have to build trust on this issue, we went out and worked with the top consultancy in the country to come up with a plan to price carbon, to get our emissions down to meet Paris, but to also get people back to work. After COVID-19, with $500 billion worth of debt put on by Mr. Trudeau, with a cost of living crisis, we also need to have a strong economy to get our emissions down. We will make our emission targets, and I think it's important for Canada to have a plan to meet what it signs on to internationally.
Ms. Paul of the Green Party, obviously environment a big focus in your plan, calls for a 60% reduction in Canada's emissions by the year 2030. Other countries that are making that commitment don't face the same challenges that we do here in Canada. We live in a cold, northern, sprawling country, and our economy still relies on resource extraction, much of which you've said you would shut down completely in your platform. How would you offset the economic harm that would result from meeting such an aggressive target?
Thanks for the question. And first, let me say that when I think about our future and I think about the future of energy, Canada will remain an energy superpower, but we will be a renewable energy superpower. And I think about my brother who was a roughneck out on the oil patch until the bust during the pandemic. and I think about his future, and I know that we have got to diversify our economy. But I tell the people of Canada today that what happens next is really up to you. We can keep moving towards a mirage, and that is what these promises are, a mirage that's just out there in the distance that we never arrive at. Or you can send people back to Ottawa from every single party who are committed to working together across party lines on the greatest existential challenge of our time and seizing the opportunity of a truly green recovery.
Mr. Singh, you accuse the Trudeau government of being all talk and no action when it comes to climate change, and yet you won't even give Canadians a straight answer on whether or not you would cancel the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion. You've had years as NDP leader to develop a climate plan. Your platform has lots of big ideas and big targets, but almost no details on how you would get there. Don't you owe Canadians a clear answer on your climate roadmap, and will you provide one tonight?
Absolutely, and I'm honored to do so. We've got a bold plan that's going to take a lot of courage, that requires lots of investment, because we know how serious this crisis is. And we know what we're up against. Unlike Mr. Trudeau, we're not going to blame previous governments. We know that in power, we have the power to make a change. And if we vote for the same things, we're going to get the same results. So I want Canadians to know you have a choice. We are committed to ending. But what is your plan, sir? We'll lay some of it out. One of it is to end fossil fuel subsidies, use that to invest in clean energy. We would make sure we prioritize investing in electrified transportation. We would invest in retrofitting homes and buildings to reduce our emissions. There is so much that we can do. We are confident we can do it. But there is a cost if we continue down the same path of conservative or liberals who don't take this seriously. You have a choice.
All right. Thank you. Now it is time for open debate. Mercedes is going to keep you leaders on theme. I'm going to keep you on time and make sure everyone has a chance to be heard. Ms. Paul, we're starting with you. Back to you, Mercedes.
Thank you. Canadians want their government to fight climate change, but they also worry about the cost for their families. And we know there will be a cost to this. Why should Canadians trust your party to see us through this?
There is a global green rush going on now to create the competitive green economy of the future. What the Greens don't want to see is Canada being left behind, because that is exactly what's happening. You know, I'm sure that the last candle maker was the person that had the market cornered on candle making. But if everyone has moved on to LED lights, then you're in trouble. And so what we want to see is us seizing this opportunity. And Mercedes, to your earlier question, if Denmark and Greenland, other cold countries, can end oil exploration, then certainly we can do it. And if 27 countries in the European Union can come together collaboratively to have an ambitious plan for the climate, then surely with leadership, we can do the same here in Canada. I know Canada can do anything that any other country can do.
Absolutely. I think we absolutely can.
If any type of energy is removed from the global market, Canadian energy, it's replaced by a bad actor country that doesn't have carbon reduction programs, it doesn't have human rights, it doesn't have engagement with Indigenous communities. Indigenous partnerships in natural resources is huge. So you said the cost. There are tens of thousands of jobs that deserve an economic recovery just as much as anyone else. There are Indigenous partnerships, economic reconciliation, and a move towards a made in Canada net zero by 2050. So let's be leaders in getting carbon emissions down and being world leaders on how we have natural resources, whether it's energy, timber, rare earth minerals for EVs. We can be world leaders again.
Let's talk about the cost. The cost of inaction is an entire town of Lytton being wiped out by a climate forest fire. The cost of inaction is forest fires and flooding and heat waves that mean Canadians lose their lives. The cost of not acting means a young woman I met in Hamilton who looked me in the eyes and said, what's the point of me pursuing my education? What's the point of me finding a partner or even starting a family when I don't know what type of future I'll live in, let alone my child? That's the cost of inaction. That's the cost of Mr. Trudeau, who had 6 years to do something about this.
Again,
it's not 2 years. It's not a small mandate. 6 years, and he failed you. And it cost all of us.
Mr. Trudeau.
When we talk about a climate crisis, we have to deal in facts. And one of the facts I need to correct right now that everyone is laid into is we have not missed any of our targets. We are on track to exceeding our targets. And it's important that we are on facts. Secondly, I do have a question for Mr. Singh. We need to talk about science. We need to talk about experts. We agree on that, you and I both. So how is it that the experts that have rated our plan on climate to be an A have rated your plan to be an F?
Experts.
I rate your track record an F, Mr. Trudeau. You've had 6 years.
You don't get to rate.
I rate
politicians, experts. Why did the experts give you an F on your climate plan?
Let Mr. Singh respond, Mr. Trudeau.
Let me respond to this. Let's talk. You're talking about the future. Let's talk about right now. You had 6 years.
Why did you get
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Climate?
You've got the worst track record in all the G7 after 6 years. How can people trust you?
Why didn't you put forward an ambitious
All right, Mr. Singh, Mr. Trudeau, then Ms. Paul, then Mr. Blanchet.
I don't accept that, first of all. I don't accept that at all. We've got a bold
hold on,
plan
Ms. Paul.
and a strong plan.
Mr. Singh, thank you very much, Mr. Trudeau.
Get heated about these things.
He cannot explain why his plan is being panned by experts. Now, every politician up here says, we have the best plan. We actually have a record. And what Mercedes' question was, how do we make sure it's affordable? We brought in a price on pollution across the country that puts more money back in the pockets in the provinces where it had to be imposed because conservative politicians fought against it every step of the way.
Ms. Paul,
with the greatest of respect, I think the 5 PhDs in our shadow cabinet who put together our green recovery policy would disagree with you, with the experts. But I do want to say more generally that, again, this is getting us nowhere. We have got to be able to come together across party lines, not only to face the existential crisis that Mr. Singh described, but also to seize the greatest economic opportunity that Canada has seen within our lifetimes. We are being left behind. And if the United States can do it, if the European Union can do it, I know that we can do it. It's about a change in the culture.
All right, thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Blanchet, did you want to get in?
The clock shows that I'm quite behind everybody else, and I have 12 seconds left.
Take some time,
I will disagree
sir.
with the basic statement. There's possibility to create more wealth to absorb the cost of the changes that we need. We must stop opposing environment and creating wealth. It may go together well. This is the change that we have to do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mercedes. And now, leaders, we are moving on to our next theme, reconciliation. Now we are going to our first-time voter, Merrick McLeod in Sault Ste. Marie. He's got a question to all the leaders. Merrick, you're 18 years old. You're a first-time voter. What is your question to the leaders? Go ahead, Merrick. The leaders are listening.
Ani Bojo. In the Ojibwe culture, trust and respect is key to any relationship. Oh, shoot.
You got it, Merrick. Keep going.
How can I trust and respect the federal government after 150 plus years of lies and abuse to my people? And as Prime Minister, what will you do to rebuild the trust between First Nations and the federal government?
Thank you, Merrick. Leaders, you've heard the question. How do you respond to Merrick? Mr. Trudeau, you start this round.
Thank you, Merrick, for your question. You're absolutely right. Over the past 150 years, Canada has failed in its relationship with Indigenous peoples. People who we should be working with and shared stewardship of the land, working with in partnership as we draw from the bounty and the beauty of this land to build a better future for all. That is why over the past 6 years, we have stepped up on the path of reconciliation. We have ended boil water advisories in 109 different communities. We have made sure that tens of thousands of young people get to go to school in better classrooms. We continue to move forward on fighting fighting for the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and ensuring a true partnership as we move forward in respect.
Mr. Blanchet?
Your question is quite moving. I would say that no one is entitled to tell any nation what to do or what to think, and that every nation has to be recognized as such. Either it is a nation of 300 people, like there is in Quebec, or an 8 million people nation like Quebec is. It calls for a relationship between equals. It calls for a relationship in which nobody tells the other party that they are stronger, bigger, richer, and therefore you will do as you are told, even if we say it politely. And first, you provide clean water to everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Ms. Paul.
Yes, and thank you so much for the question. And I understand the anguish in it as well, because justice delayed is justice denied. And coming from a diaspora myself, where we have been robbed of our culture, of our languages, of our history, I have no idea where my ancestors were born or where they're buried. I completely understand how important this is and how frustrating it is not to have seen the action. I am tired of being up on these stages without Indigenous leadership here to speak for itself. Jody Wilson-Raybould, Mumalak Kalak, I'm thinking of you right now. And when Ms. Kakak said that without action, that the Parliament would be hollow, she was right. So Indigenous sovereignty, self-determination, nation-to-nation engagement, that is my commitment.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. McLeod, thank you for the question. And the way you phrased it is so important. Reconciliation is about trust and respect and restoring it after a century and a half of a federal government failing. That's why, as opposition leader, my first question when I rose in the House of Commons was on a call to action on reconciliation with respect to Indigenous health. We need to build partnerships. We need to restore trust. And that trust is eroded when you make commitments on safe drinking water on reserve, when you make commitments on the calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation Report and have no plan to fulfill them. So I want to build partnerships and have Indigenous leaders have governance over the federal government finally delivering on our commitment to Indigenous peoples.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you very much, Merrick. Thank you for your question. How to restore trust? How do you restore trust when Indigenous communities suffer injustice and it continues in an unbroken line to this very day? How do you restore trust when you've got a prime minister that takes a knee one day and then takes Indigenous kids to court the next? And how do you restore trust in a country as wealthy as ours, a G7 nation in the 21st century that still does not provide clean drinking water to every single Indigenous nation? It starts by actually walking the path of reconciliation, not with the empty words, but real action, clean water, nation to nation, and respect.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Singh. Merrick, did the leaders answer your question?
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Miigwech.
Miigwech.
Messieurs Blanchette and O'Toole, it is your turn to debate now. You've promised more money to search for unmarked graves, but so much more needs to be done to achieve meaningful reconciliation. Mr. Blanchette, you begin. Tell me, how are you better positioned than Mr. O'Toole to restore justice?
I am not better positioned than Mr. O'Toole because I believe that this is a relationship between nations. And, your presence a nation, I feel I represent another one, and we are discussing with a lot of other nations. But I will remind everybody that on the last day of the last session, we had a motion adopted unanimously by the Parliament, and this motion was precisely saying what we had been told to carry by the First Nation leaders, and we had it adopted. This might be the way to do it. Many times the Bloc Québécois said, even if we don't agree with everything, that we would share our seats and our voices in the Parliament with the First Nations in order to have them being heard by the whole country.
After the tragic finding of graves in Kamloops, Cowessess, and other former residential school sites, we offered to work in a bipartisan fashion on calls to action 71 to 76. Those are related to former residential school sites. And we need to act faster. I know Mr. Trudeau cares a great deal about reconciliation. I know we all do. But this is an issue where we have to act. We can no longer say that We recognize the calls to action. We need a plan to achieve them. And what I'm proposing is a plan that builds partnerships, that builds governance, that has Indigenous leaders, incredible ones like Jody Wilson-Raybould, to allow us to actually hold ourselves to account. All parties, all future governments. This is the biggest scar in the history of Canada. And we have to tackle it not just with good intentions, but with a good plan to deliver for all Indigenous people.
Mr. Blanchet,
I must
briefly.
say that the Prime Minister has nominated Gouverneur Général, I don't know how to translate that, who speaks Inuktitut, which is great, but does not speak French. Still, he does not agree with the idea of acknowledging, recognizing First Nation languages as official languages in his country.
All right, we will leave that segment there. Ms. Paul, Mr. Singh, Mr. Trudeau, you're up. Tell me, what is your plan to end the ongoing disproportionate violence against Indigenous women and girls? Ms. Paul.
The first thing is to make space for Indigenous leadership because, we have done all these things and made all these promises. We know what needs to be done. The recommendations are there in the calls for justice and the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls report, and yet we still don't have the action. And so, as I said before, it should be Jody up here answering that question. It should be Mumala Kakak up here answering that question. We need to make the space for Indigenous leadership to guide this process. And above all, we need to make this a priority. All that is left now is political will.
But that is exactly what we have been doing, Ms. Paul. When we called the national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls after years of governments avoiding doing that, we ensured that we brought the truth forward. And then we worked with Indigenous leaders groups, Indigenous women's groups to co-develop the action plan that we are now fully funding so we can get justice for the victims, healing for the families, and put an end to this ongoing national tragedy. It will take a lot of work by all of us, but we are walking this road in partnership because we know it needs to be done and there is much more to do.
But Mr. Trudeau, sadly, and this, I don't take any pleasure in this, the calls to justice are out there and you haven't acted on them. And I meant it when I said you can't take a knee one day if you're going to take Indigenous kids to court the next. That's not leadership.
Mr. Singh,
that's
you
not gonna
love
make
that
things better.
line about taking Indigenous kids to court. It's actually not true. We have committed to compensating those kids who went through that.
Listen,
and what's
seriously,
more than that, this is important, Mr.
No, you
Singh.
can't say you're not taking them to court when you're taking them to court.
When you talk
there
about
are kids out there that are being fought by you in court.
Leaders, I would actually remind you the question is about violence against Indigenous women and girls. Let me recenter you on that.
I appreciate it because he can't continue to say that. That doesn't make any sense.
And Ms. Curl, I will say again, I said this last night in the French debate, this is why we need more diversity in politics. This is why we need people to be, who are most directly impacted by issues, to be able to speak for themselves, because we are drifting off into things. We have only dedicated 2 minutes to talking about how we are going to bring true justice to Indigenous women in this country, if we could stick to the topic.
Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. Curl, on this topic, and it was brought up in the earlier one, and we talked about Indigenous women, I want to talk about those kids buried in unmarked graves across the country, because it was a tragedy for all Canadians, one long known by Indigenous peoples. But when I went to Cowessess to speak with Chief Cadmus Delorme, we not only grieved those kids, we signed an agreement, a landmark agreement, to keep kids at risk in their communities, to take them out of the provincial system. That is how we move forward. It took years to sign that agreement, but we got it, and we are empowering Indigenous communities
Mr.
to
Trudeau,
care for
we're
their
out
own
of
kids.
time. Mr. Singh, I'm going to give you very brief moment to respond. Briefly, we're over time.
We need to implement all the calls to justice. We need to listen to Indigenous women and girls. We need to make sure that they're safe. And we have the steps that they've laid out that we need to follow.
All right. Thank you very much, leaders. Now, I'm really pleased to welcome Melissa Ridgen of APTN News. Melissa is going to be asking you each a direct question on our theme of reconciliation. Your first question, hi, Melissa, is to Mr. Blanchet. Over to you.
Tanshe, thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure to be here with you to ask some questions for our APTN audience. Mr. Blanchet, I'm going to start with you. Numerous government reports, including in Quebec, have sounded the alarm that systemic racism exists, from Joyce Echequan dying as she's taunted by hospital staff, to policing, the justice system. What will you do as Black leader to address systemic racism in your own province, in Quebec, and also elsewhere in Canada?
First, never underestimate the weight, the sadness of those dramas. Second, I acknowledge, I recognize the existence of systemic racism in June 2020. And then, what happened? It became a political tool against Quebec. It became a tool to say Quebec is this and that and racist and xenophobic and all of that. Instead of opening a discussion, trying to find solution, consulting experts, discussing with the First Nations themselves, it became this white society against this other one, white society. We build nothing. So the words became toxic. I'm
what are you
absolutely
gonna do?
open to the idea of discussing all of that on a quiet stage without this aggressivity, being aggressive as this debate has become.
All right, Mr. Blanchette, we have to move on. Your next question, Melissa.
This question's for you, Ms. Paul. You know, Canada has more children in government custody right now than at the height of residential schools. New legislation, child welfare legislation, actually takes the onus on and puts it on the First Nations communities to bring their kids back, cleaning up the mess that Canada has created, essentially. And those children are going to have to be brought back to all of those same problems that still exist that were the grounds for apprehension. What would you do in the House of Commons to make sure that poverty and trauma issues are addressed?
Thank you very much for that question. And absolutely, we mentioned that not that long ago in one of our statements that the residential school system had been replaced by children in care, and that this was just perpetuating the legacy of trauma. It really comes back to what I said before, which is that the Indigenous leadership is there. It is ready to guide all of these processes. We have all of the recommendations we need. What we are missing is political will. What we are missing is those who have been in power for a very long time, making space for new voices and diverse voices. I actually had to pull my jaw up, which just dropped, when I heard what Mr. Blanchette said. I invited Mr. Blanchette to get educated about systemic discrimination. I extend that invitation again. I would be happy to educate him.
It's nice to want to educate me.
This is my time, sir.
It is.
Thank you.
So nice time to insult people.
That was not an insult. It was an invitation to educate yourself.
This is Leader Direct Questions.
There
Melissa,
should be
Mr.
some decency in this debate. Since I'm many minutes behind everybody else, there should be some
Mr.
decency
Blanchette, you
in
have
the
had
debate.
every opportunity to
It's
jump
your
in an open
responsibility,
debate.
not mine, but some things
And
cannot
I am
be said.
fulfilling my responsibility. Sir, Melissa, we're going to keep moving on.
Is
Your
it my
next-
turn?
It is your turn.
Well, thank you. Mr. Trudeau, this is for you. You know, your Liberal government has turned Indian Affairs into two separate, massive bureaucracies that eat up large portions of funding that will never see it on to reserve. It doesn't leave the bureaucracy. You know, you've promised clean drinking water, but billions of dollars later, that's not happened. Many still do not have clean drinking water. You know, Canadians and Indigenous people are losing patience with the lack of results from all of this spending. So I guess the question is, why would they believe you this a third term, that they would get results and you would be accountable for all that spending?
One of the enemies of progressive politics, Melissa, is cynicism. Is discounting the hard work that millions of people have been involved in over the past years. And yes, there's always more to do. Progressives always know there's more to do. But when we came into office, there were 105 long-term boil water advisories. We lifted 109 of them. And for each of the ones that are remaining, we have a project lead, a project team, and an action plan. And we're going to lift those all. There are tens of thousands of kids across this country, Indigenous kids, who've started the school year in new schools or refurbished schools. We have moved forward on settling more agreements and more land claims and more partnerships than any other government over the years. We continue to work in partnership and respect and invest more money in Indigenous communities than any previous government. And no, we're not done yet.
I think the money, I don't think anybody's questioning the money spent. I think that they're questioning the results for the money that's spent. My next question is to you, Mr. Singh. You know, federal forces, including the RCMP and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, have been used throughout Canada's history to prevent First Nations from exercising their treaty rights to fish and to hunt and to defend land and water. This is happening right now on both coasts, including under the NDP party in British Columbia with regards to fishing and logging. So my question would be to you, as Prime Minister, what would you do to ensure Indigenous rights and title are finally respected in this country?
I really appreciate the question. First of all, we need to respect Indigenous treaty land and rights. That's a fundamental step towards walking the path of reconciliation in a real meaningful way. But you mentioned the RCMP, and I got to talk about the really sad reality that there's been violence, heavy-handed violence against Indigenous communities, against peaceful protesters, and I have long called for reform of policing. When I was in the provincial level, I fought against carding. I've continued to use every platform I have to say we've got to stop the use of force. We've got to overview it. We've got to change the RCMP's mandate. And that's something we can do at the federal level. That's something that Mr. Trudeau said he would do and yet has yet to do. And it's something I'm committed to making sure happens.
Mr. O'Toole, next question is for you. You know, you voted against the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People that would share decision-making power with Indigenous people over what happens on their land. And you also want to criminalize Indigenous dissent that's expressed through blockades or protests. So the question is, if you're Prime Minister, how could Canada build a respectful nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous people?
Thank you, Ms. Ridgen. And this goes very similar to Mr. McLeod's question on trust and respect. I want to build those partnerships. And that's why our only concern with the United Nations Declaration was how free and prior informed consent was defined so that it didn't stop partnerships from being formed. I'm really glad to say one of the early leaders behind the UN Declaration, Chief Willie Littlechild, has agreed to serve as a special counsel to me on the implementation of that to make sure that there are partnerships and opportunities. What I want to do as Prime Minister is build that type of nation-to-nation dialogue and partnership so that the next generation has intergenerational wealth and opportunity transfer, not trauma. And building that trust will be core to me. It's why, as I said, my first question was on reconciliation. We have to make progress.
All right, thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Now we move on to open debate. A reminder that Melissa will be here to keep the leaders on theme. I will be here to do my best to keep you on time. And all of you have an opportunity to jump in after Mr. Trudeau begins with a question from Melissa.
Okay, I think if there's one thing that Canadians and Indigenous people can all agree upon, it is that this Indian Act system is not working for anybody. How would you dismantle this broken top-down system, and what would you replace it with that would ensure that Canada still is living up to its constitutional obligations to Indigenous people?
First of all, we are looking forward to dismantling the Indian Act. It is a commitment of ours, but it is not something that Ottawa gets to decide. And what replaces the Indian Act will vary from community to community as we live up to our obligations. And that's why over the years, as we've moved towards self-government, we have accompanied communities, some who want to start with health, some who want to start with education, some who want to start with economic development. Every community, every nation across this country gets to help define what its path is forward. We will be there to listen, to partner, to build a better future every step of the way.
The way to go forward is to listen to leaders. And Mr. Trudeau ignored one that he had in his own cabinet, in Jody Wilson-Raybould. That was a huge lost opportunity. We've been speaking to people with how we can accelerate treaty resolution. There are some treaty negotiations, Ms. Ridgen, that have been going on, as you probably know, for decades. We need to solve it, and we need to work with Indigenous leaders. There's incredible Indigenous leaders in nonprofits, in the private sector, in industry, in academia. We need to use that governance capacity to finalize treaties and build partnerships.
Absolutely.
Because the best way forward is success for Indigenous peoples alongside their neighbors, alongside
Mr. Singh and then Mr. Trudeau. I'm coming to you, Mr. Trudeau.
I'll just jump in on this one point. I think absolutely the solution has to be Indigenous-led. And I think that's the starting point. And for a long time, we've seen that there's been a top-down approach that has to change. It has to be Indigenous people at the table. But I want to talk about the impacts, so just we understand how severe this is, how the Indian Act is creating injustice and perpetuating injustice. I spoke to B, who's a young woman, a young girl who lives in Niskandiga. And she told me in her own voice, she said, I'm a 12-year-old girl and I'm fighting for clean drinking water. How does that make any sense? Those words haunt me to this day. I think about what 12-year-olds do, and they certainly aren't fighting for clean drinking water.
That
is a legacy. That is the impact of the Indian Act.
I want to go back to what Mr. O'Toole has been saying, because he's very able at saying all the right things, but there are countless examples of him actually not living up to his words. We've seen him on a number of times during this campaign, but on Indigenous issues specifically. He says we need to listen to Indigenous peoples. Well, he proposed that he would raise the flags that are at half-mast for the kids in unmarked graves in residential schools. And he didn't talk to or listen to any Indigenous leaders when he made that decision. And that's something that is important and symbolic, but wouldn't cost a cent. How do we believe that he would be able to actually make the investment necessary?
Hold on. I'm going to give Ms. Paul and Mr. Blanchet a chance to jump in. We haven't heard from them yet. Time permitting, I'll come back to you, Mr. O'Toole.
And I really, again, want to
I asked Mr. Trudeau to move immediately.
Hold on, Ms. Paul.
I really just want to try to recenter our conversation on Indigenous peoples and what we are going to do to fulfill the many unfulfilled promises and commitments that have been made. And I would say, perhaps to pick up on what has been said, that it seems all too often that reconciliation is treated like a buffet. Can opt in for this, pick this plate, but not the other one. And that applies to what we've seen with Mr. Trudeau and the Liberals. You can't, on the one hand, say reconciliation and then go and not allow Mi'kmaq fishers to be able to have a decent, moderate living for all of these years. You can't call reconciliation and then take Indigenous peoples to court. But Mr. Singh, you also can't say reconciliation and then support the NDP government in putting pipelines through Indigenous territories, or support Line 5 after the Anishinaabe made it very clear that they did not support that project.
Ms. Paul, I'm going to allow Mr. Blanchet to get in. He's been signaling he wants to.
Yes.
I will come back to the two of you. Mr. Blanchet.
First Nations and Quebec have something in common. They are binded by a document they never signed. And any relationship between nations should be dealt with freely signed treaties or agreements or something. The Indian Act has to be replaced one nation at a time, if need be, by and with freely signed treaties and agreement. There's no other way. And if I may come back a few seconds on something else. Quebec wants religion out of the state affairs because religion never protected equality for women and never will.
We are over time. I'm going to give you both a chance to briefly respond. Mr. O'Toole, then Mr. Singh. Briefly, please.
I am proud of this country. And I think if you love your country, you can dig deep to make it better. So as Prime Minister on the National Day of Reconciliation on September 30th, I will raise the flag with a commitment to move forward on calls to action. Mr. Trudeau promises things, doesn't deliver, and then when people protested him, he mocked them. That is not reconciliation. So you can be proud of your country as you strive for it to get better.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Singh, briefly.
I think that Mr. Trudeau may care. I think he cares. But the reality is that he's often done a lot of things for show and hasn't backed those up with real action. And the harm is that Indigenous people continue to suffer. And that's what I want to stop. I want to stop the suffering and lift up Indigenous people by being allies.
5 seconds, Mr. Trudeau, then we got to go. Mr. Trudeau, 5 seconds.
Unfortunately, the cynicism that Mr. Singh is showing on saying we did nothing is harming reconciliation and the path we're moving forward. We have lots more to do, and we are doing it.
All right, leaders, thank you. Thank you, Melissa.
Merci.
Merci.
And now it is time for our fourth theme for the night, affordability. It's time now to bring in Janet Falla. She is a senior working part-time in Burlington, Ontario. Good evening, Janet. Please tell us what your question is to the leaders.
My question is this: at my age, I never imagined that I would have to keep on working, but I have to afford to live where I do. So I'd like to know, when they become Prime Minister, what will they do to help us seniors survive?
Thank you, Janet. Leaders, you've heard Janet's question. We're starting with you, Mr. Blanchet.
Merci, Madame. For many months now, the Bloc Québécois has demanded for the government to increase the amount of money being provided on a monthly basis to our elders. It's nowhere in the Conservatives' program. And in the Liberals' program, it starts at 75, nothing below 75 for this pension. I'm not sure about the word in English. It has to be done. Those people are those who suffered the most from the pandemic. Their power to buy things was reduced. The fact that they were alone more than never before was made worse. And the stress, the anxiety they lived with is terrible. We want something to be done, and it has to start with a monthly check, seriously increased.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Ms. Valla, for the question. This is a crisis facing our country, affordability, and it's hitting our seniors the hardest. That's why in Canada's recovery plan, our plan to give you a break, we're going to double the Canada Workers Benefit. There are many seniors like you having to work to keep up with the cost of living. We're going to double that for you to give you a break. We're going to get bills down for internet, for cellular phone. We're going to get grocery bills down. That is our plan and our commitment. And in December, we're going to give you a break with the GST holiday and help bricks and mortar stores in the process. Mr. Trudeau is borrowing every day $424 million, and he's causing an inflation crisis. We have to secure our future, and that's our commitment to you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. Fallish, thank you so much for your question. We know that seniors have been deeply affected by this pandemic, the isolation, the extra costs, which is why we stepped up with a one-time support so you could help get through this pandemic. But we need longer-term supports. One of the first things we did was increase the guaranteed income supplement for our most vulnerable single seniors when we first got elected. We're doing that again in our proposal in this election. We're also moving forward with increasing the OAS for all seniors over 75 because we recognize that the costs continue to increase as you get older and continue to want to live at home. We're giving you more supports so you can stay at home safely and make those renovations. Importantly, we will continue to have your backs as we have through this pandemic and into the future.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Singh.
I want to thank you so much for your question. And one of the things that you mentioned is that you didn't think you would have to keep on working. And I don't think our seniors should have to work. If seniors want to contribute by working, that's absolutely their right. But you shouldn't have had to work. And in a country as rich as ours, we should make sure our seniors are able to retire with dignity, that you've got the supports necessary to live a life of dignity. So what we're proposing to do is put in place a guaranteed income for seniors so they can live with dignity and not have to worry about paying the bills. That's a starting point. What we've seen so far is that Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole both are going to either cut the help that you receive or put the burden back on people like you. We believe that the ultra-rich should pay their fair share for once and invest in you, invest in families, invest in people.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Ms. Paul.
Thank you very, very much for the question. And as someone who comes from a family where my grandma and grandfather had to work until actually they were kicked out of working because they needed to keep working to afford the basics, I completely understand what you're saying. And this is an opportunity for us to learn the lessons from this pandemic and to really get to the heart of things and to stop talking about the symptoms, but get to the root causes. We need to have, absolutely, and it's so wonderful to see the consensus building around a guaranteed livable income so that whatever your circumstances, you can live with dignity. We need universal long-term care. That's a huge expense. It was for my family. And we need more affordable housing. Let's get to the root causes.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Singh and Mr. Blanchet, you will both square off now. You both talk about affordable housing, but we know that affordability means different things to different people depending on where in the country they live. So when you talk about affordable housing, who are you really talking about? Per the draw, Mr. Singh, you begin. Mr. Blanchet, you may jump in anytime.
We're talking about people who are spending right now more than half their income on housing. That's not affordable. People should not be spending so much on housing that they have no money left to pay for their groceries, to pay for their bills. And the sad reality is, since 2015 to now, the average cost of housing nationally has gone up to buy a home by $300,000. So far, the housing crisis has gotten worse over the past 6 years. We want to invest in housing. We want to invest to make it easier to buy your first home and to invest to make sure there's available, affordable rental homes.
Let Mr. Blanchet respond.
Could anyone tell me how to translate logement social?
Social housing.
Social housing might be a solution to another problem. People are paying, at least in Quebec, people are paying far too much for houses because the prices have increased tremendously. The idea is to reduce the speed of that increase while helping people who cannot even afford decent lodging. If we build more social lodging, which price are obviously very lower, much lower, then it will lessen the pressure on those houses who become more and more expensive. And it will help reduce this. I wouldn't speak about an inflation crisis, but I would speak about an inflation worry, which we must have at present times. So I believe one thing might be part of the solution for the other thing when we speak about.
All right, Mr. Blanchet, that's time. I'm sorry, Mr. Singh, that's time. You speak about inflation, Mr. Blanchet, and that brings us to our next topic. So, Mr. O'Toole, Mr. Trudeau, and Ms. Paul, you're up. Inflation is at its highest level in a decade, and it is squeezing Canadians on staples such as groceries, gas, rent. What's your message to Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet? For the draw, you begin, Mr. O'Toole.
Well, unlike Mr. Trudeau, I will care about monetary policy because we need to keep inflation low. There is a crisis hitting families, and Mr. Trudeau seems completely oblivious to that. Bills are going up. There's a housing crisis, as we talked about, and he's making it worse with, as I said, almost $500 million of borrowing per day. There's real risks on the horizon. So we have a plan to get people work, get their bills down, give them a break. Canadians deserve a break, and balance the budget over the course of the next decade. That's exactly what we need to fight against Mr. Trudeau's inflation.
Try not to
give families a break.
Anyone.
Ms. Paul.
Try not to interrupt anyone. You know, it's just an excellent question. And if you come to my neighborhood of Toronto Centre, you will see those people living in inadequate housing. You will see people paying more than half of their income just for things like childcare. And, you know, there's this expression in my culture where you talk about soon come. It's the things that you delay to tomorrow and tomorrow that should have been done today. This is soon come. Soon come is now. We have got to learn the lessons of the pandemic and make sure that we have a social safety net in place that lets everyone live with dignity. When we invest in our people, we are investing in our future, and this is the time for us to do that. It costs us not to do it.
Over the past year and a half, I made a straightforward promise to Canadians that we would have your backs, and that's what we did. During this pandemic, we were there to support people. But at the same time, we need to continue that. That's why we've put forward a $10 a day childcare proposal that will save the average family in Toronto close to $10,000 more than Mr. O'Toole's approach on childcare, which he would cancel. We also put forward a national housing plan that will invest $4 billion to work with municipalities to create 1.4 million
has
homes.
Gotten worse
Mr. O'Toole's
let him respond, Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Trudeau, let Mr. O'Toole respond.
Sorry, let me just finish this. Mr. O'Toole's plan on housing gives $500 million on breaks to the wealthiest landlords and nothing for building new houses.
The housing crisis has gotten worse under Mr. Trudeau, and months ago he fought against us trying to take foreign non-resident money out of our housing market. We've got a plan to get rental housing built. We've got a plan to get density, 1 million new homes in the next 3 years.
With no money
and to give
on that
first-time home buyers
not a cent
a break
that,
by a
Mr.
longer
O'Toole.
mortgage. And Mr. Trudeau, Canadians are worried you're going to be taxing their primary home sale. Your advisors have said it.
Untrue.
Your candidates have said it. It's on page 14 of his policy book. He's introducing a new tax on the sale of homes.
Leaders, there will be more opportunity to speak about these issues. Thank you, because guess what? I'm bringing out Rosemary Barton of CBC News, and she's going to be asking you more direct questions and opening up more opportunities for debate. So on this theme of affordability, hey, Rosie?
Hey, Shanti, thanks, and good to see everybody. Appreciate you being here. Let's try and get some answers this time, shall we? Ms. Paul, I'll start with you. One of the plans that you've laid out to tackle affordability is a guaranteed livable income. You mentioned it just moments ago. Give people a set amount of money to deal with their lives. There was an expert panel in British Columbia just recently that said that that is not the way forward, that that actually is too complicated for the needs of our society, that the needs are too diverse. Why do you think this is still a policy worth pursuing?
Guaranteed livable income is a policy whose time has come. We saw at the beginning of the pandemic how many people were thrown immediately into financial crisis because our patchwork system simply isn't working. There is a growing consensus. The members of the Liberal Party voted for it at their convention. The members of the NDP party voted it at their convention. 50 senators signed a letter calling for it. The time has come to ensure that everyone has the support that they need to live in dignity in this country. The parliamentary budget officer looked at guaranteed livable income. He examined the model in Ontario. And here's what he said. He said that it would lift half of the people who are in poverty now out of it, that it was affordable, and that it would not disincentivize work. This is the time for a guaranteed livable income. Let's do it together.
That's time. Thank you.
Mr. O'Toole, childcare, as you know, is a huge expense for families. You would scrap the deals that the Liberals have made with provinces, which drops fees by 50% immediately and creates spaces, and eventually will reduce fees to $10. Instead, you're proposing a tax credit that would reimburse just some families $6,000 a year. So what does your plan do to create spaces and lower fees? Because as you know here, it's not just about affordability, but also about access.
It's about helping all families now, not in 5 years helping some. And our plan would help lower income families with up to 75% of the cost. Our plan will also help that nurse on shift schedules that has jobs in the evening, that needs flexibility. What we want to do is help all families get ahead and provide more support.
But if the nurse can't find a spot, Mr. O'Toole, what does she do? If the nurse can't find a spot, what does she do with her children?
This gives her as much flexibility as possible. If there's not one in her suburban community, there is no space in 5 years under Mr. Trudeau's program. We want to give families the tools to make the best decision for the position they're in now, to have ability to help them in their circumstances. Our plan will be immediate. It will help all Canadian families.
Mr. Singh, you're promising to tackle skyrocketing housing prices. One of the ways is with that 20% tax on the sale of homes to foreign buyers. 2/3 of Canadian families actually own a home already. If you're successful at cooling the housing market, that would mean that people who have invested their life savings in their homes may not have it anymore. They're relying on that for their retirement. So what is more important to you? Helping younger people get access to the market, or allowing older Canadians who rely on the value of their homes to live?
It's a really fair question. And when I spoke to people, I go door to door in my riding at Burnaby, people who've got beautiful homes. I ask them, what's the number one concern? They say housing. And I kind of look around at their house and say, well, you've got a home. They say, well, I'm not worried for myself. I've got a place, but I'm worried about my kids. And they're more concerned that their kids will never be able to find a home than their own circumstances, because they're okay. They are worried about their kids. And the reality is, it is impossible for young people to even imagine buying a home, let alone renting a place that's in their budget. So we've got to get the big money out of housing. Young people, young families, professionals shouldn't have to compete.
So your answer is that it is more important for young people to get into the housing market rather than protect people who have equity in their home.
We can do both. And our plan is that everyone's telling us the number one concern they have for their kids is that they're not sure they're ever going to be able to own a home. We want to change that. It's gotten worse with Mr. Trudeau. We're going to fix it.
Thank you. Mr. Blanchette, nice to see you, sir. Seniors, as you were talking about off the top, they're really worried about the increased cost of living. You, as you said, have criticized the Liberals for increasing old age security only for those 75 and older. But statistics show time and again that older seniors are less likely to have employment income, and they actually have higher health expenses. So why should an increase in seniors go to all seniors instead of those who need it most?
First, let's say that this prime minister is supposed to be the champion who fights against all kinds of discrimination. And it did create himself two classes of elder seniors. What they want is for those between 65 and 75 to spend their private funds. in the meantime.
No, but I've just given you the example about why.
I've
just given you the example about why the government may have done that, sir. It's
May
because
I-
people
may
who
I
are 65
propose
to
my own
75.
answer, please?
May I follow up, please? That those people generally stay employed and generally have fewer health costs.
Those people have worked all their lives until 65 years old. They have paid for a pension that should be the same for everybody. And for some financial issues, the government creates two classes of seniors. It is unacceptable, and no calculation whatsoever should be so unethical.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. We are now moving to the open debate
I just have a
section.
question for Mr. Trudeau, I believe.
I'm very
If you don't
sorry.
mind. I don't think we should let him off the hook. I think we would all agree.
I got a little mixed up there.
Making some of our arguments on the other ones.
Well, we'll make you uncomfortable now, sir.
There we go.
You said in 2019 that Canadians should never have to make the, and these are your words, impossible choice between paying for medications or putting food on the table. We have seen you, particularly in these recent months, willing to spend billions of dollars on programs that matter to your government. Daycare would be another example of that. Why is there no money in your platform or in your most recent budget for a national pharmacare program? Is it no longer a priority? And should you not just tell Canadians that, sir?
No, it continues to be a priority because, indeed, no one should have to choose between paying for groceries and medications. On health investments, we were all focused on COVID-19 and supporting the provinces and making sure that on that we were giving the support we needed so we could have Canadians' backs. But at the same time, we worked with a number of different jurisdictions, and we've actually signed with Prince Edward Island a national universal pharmacare.
You've signed
first
one deal,
step.
sir, but there's
Yes,
nothing in
it
your
is one
there's
deal.
nothing in your platform in terms of costing. I understand the pandemic kept you busy. What about going forward? Why wouldn't you put
Going
that in
forward,
place?
we are going to continue to, but we know that it's
Continue
not
to is
something
not do.
we did with Prince Edward Island. We're going to continue to do with others in respect of the provincial jurisdiction that is delivery of health care. We can't impose pharmacare on a province that doesn't want it, unlike the NDP proposes. We are going to work in partnership, as we have on so many things, to get it done like we did on childcare.
Okay, and now we're going to move to open debate. Starting back with you, Rosie.
Okay, and we start here, I believe, with Monsieur Blanchette.
That's correct.
So, Mr. Blanchette, what is one policy change that you think would make the biggest difference to Canadians or Quebecers, in your case, in terms of their cost of living? The one change that you would like to see that would help them the most?
Cost of living, that's quite interesting because that's a worry that we have. We believe that the most important thing is changing the way we create wealth. We believe that transforming our own resources, natural resources, with our own clean energy in our regions of Quebec will create more wealth. This wealth will come from an environmental, I will get this word, environmental preoccupation as well. And we will do that, and we should be entitled to do that with our part of the money that is being sent again and again in oil and gas. There's one thing I want to add, even if it's not exactly, I don't know if there's time eventually.
Not really, but quickly.
I will take a few of those seconds.
Yes.
Will we have some seconds to speak about French-speaking communities and Acadians?
Well, not in this
debate?
section. This is about cost of living, sir.
And to you, Mr.
It's
Singh.
nowhere. That's my problem. It's nowhere.
One of the things we know, the cost of living has gone up. Cost of medication is going up. The cost of being able to afford the medication that keeps you healthy. Mr. Trudeau, $0 in your fully costed budget means zero commitment to getting it done.
You don't have a fully costed
$0, but you've shown your evidence with your costed budget. You've shown Canadians clearly you've got no interest in doing something that you promised to do
in your
2 years ago.
Mr. Singh.
You promised to do it 2 years ago. You committed. You campaigned on it. You included it in your throne speech, and now you've completely abandoned it. How can people trust any promise you make when there's $0 in your plan?
Okay, brief response, then Ms. Paul, then I'm coming to you, Mr. O'Toole. Briefly, Mr.
No good response to that answer.
$25 billion dollars in our fully costed platform for health for the priorities that Canadians have told us on. Better support for seniors in care, better support for mental health services across the country, particularly for young people, and access to a primary care doctor or team. That is what $25 billion over the next 4 years gives. Mr. O'Toole's money for health is backloaded to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years from now.
All right, Mr. Trudeau, thank you, Ms. Paul.
I'm reminded what the question was. The question was what policy would have the biggest impact on people's cost of living.
Ms. Paul.
And I think that we have a perfect example of this again here, because the biggest thing that could make a difference in the cost of living for people is a change in the culture in Ottawa. It is so painful for me because I've had the experience of, again, having my grandparents work until they were 75 and living 600 and 800 square feet and wondering how we were going to feed ourselves some nights. I've had that experience, and I know that one day of delay is too much. So when I think that we could have being in Parliament now, working to get people the help that they need.
What is the policy, Ms. Paul? These are anecdotes. What is the policy was the question.
It's not an anecdote. The thing that we need is a change in the culture.
I see you, Mr.
It's a change in the culture because there are several parties on this platform right now that agree on guaranteed livable income and universal pharmacare and childcare. But it's always soon come. It's always soon come.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. O'Toole, you've been waiting. I'm going to get you in.
We're doubling the Canadian workers' benefit. That amounts to a $1 per hour raise for working families. These are people working very hard, and I respect whether they get up to work a shift in a restaurant or work to open their small business. We're going to have your back. We're also going to get costs down. We're the only party with a recovery plan that includes all Canadians. And when it comes to cynicism that Mr. Trudeau talked about earlier, all of the commitments continue to be a priority. He's going to get to the calls to action. He's going to have transparency. He's going to make targets. He announces things and never delivers. Mr. Trudeau, a prime minister has to deliver on the words, not just fancy words to make promises, a plan to get there.
By the way, Mr. O'Toole, I won't take lessons from you on making promises and not following up. When we see you're beholden to the gun lobby, we're beholden to anti-vaxxers, you're beholden to a
remember,
range of
this is affordability, and Mr. Trudeau, I'm sorry, we're out of time now,
I've been responding to people. Can I answer Rosie's question directly?
You have 5 seconds, sir.
We were able to lift 1 million people out of poverty and create 1 million jobs at the same time with the right kinds of investments over the past 5 years.
And Mr. Trudeau, I'm sorry, sir, I have to wrap you right there because it is now time for our next theme on COVID recovery. Rosie, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, from Saskatchewan, Ethan Herman is standing by in Saskatoon. He's an undecided voter, and he wants to hear from you about COVID recovery. Hey, Ethan, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, leaders. My question is this. Coming out of this pandemic, how will you, if elected as Prime Minister, going to unify and drive Canada forward with respect to healthcare, jobs in the economy, and ensuring a higher quality of life is achievable for all Canadians, regardless of race, color, creed, or sexual orientation?
All right, leaders, you've heard from Ethan. Mr. O'Toole, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. That is exactly why I launched Canada's recovery plan on the first day of the campaign. We're going to create 1 million jobs in 1 year. We're going to clean up the accountability mess in Ottawa. We're going to have national leadership on mental health. We're going to be more ready for a pandemic, and we're going to get our finances under control. I want to get people working. I want to give families a break. And since the moment I became Conservative leader, I've been reaching out, whatever your background, your faith, your color, your sexual orientation, whether you're Indigenous, whether you're a new Canadian, you're important to Canada's recovery, and you're important to the Conservative Party. And I'd ask you to look at Canada's recovery plan. After these 18 months as a country, we need a plan and a leader that will actually deliver.
Thank you, Ms. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. And I swear I did not line up that question. He's not a ringer. But this really comes to the heart of the matter, which again is about changing the culture of politics in Ottawa. We have heard from outgoing MPs in the last Parliament how incredibly important that is, that the culture has become toxic, that has become hyper-partisan. And, there used to be a time, I worked as an intern in a nonpartisan way in the Ontario legislature. You would make a fuss and question period, and then you'd get to work across party lines and committees to find the solutions to help people in Canada. And so we need less partisanship. We need more diverse voices so that we can get the access to the best ideas in a more cooperative and collaborative way.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you. Mr. Herman, thank you for your question. And your question touched on a number of things. Healthcare is something very near and dear to my heart. And we've seen in this pandemic that our healthcare system simply hasn't been there. And it's not because of the pandemic. A lot of these problems were there from before. So our commitment is to invest in our healthcare system, to defend it. Unlike Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole, who believe in private long-term care delivery, we want to get out profit, get out the greed from the delivery of long-term care. We want to invest in pharmacare for all, not promise it in 2019 and then have $0 to commit towards it. We want to see everyone have access to medication. We want to include dental care into our healthcare system and mental health services. And to do all of that, we want to make sure that the billionaires start paying their fair share so we can invest in you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Trudeau.
Ethan, I think the folks on this stage missed the very first part of your question, which is, once we get out of this pandemic, and yes, we have plans for being even more ambitious on climate change and making sure people get good jobs, but we have to get out of this pandemic first. And that's why the unequivocal leadership that we've shown as a government on making sure that everyone gets vaccinated is what's going to get us through. We cannot rebuild the economy until we get through this pandemic. And unfortunately, Mr. O'Toole, who says he wants to get all of Canada vaccinated to 90% in the coming 2 months, can't even convince his own candidates to get vaccinated to 90%. We have to get through this. We are unequivocal that vaccinations are the way to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Blanchette.
I think Mr. Trudeau forgot the second part of your question, which is about healthcare. Let's be efficient. Healthcare is a jurisdiction of the provinces and Quebec. Those are the territories, the jurisdictions who should have the resources to do their job. The promises of the Conservatives is 3.5% of increase a year for the first 3 years, which is very far from what the provinces asked for. And what the provinces asked for is not even in the program of Mr. Trudeau. So it will be hard to be efficient if those who are responsible of healthcare do not have the resources which are owed to them.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Thanks, Ethan, for your question. Have a good night. We're going to let you go. It is now time, Ms. Paul and Mr. Singh, to go face-to-face, starting with Ms. Paul. And I want to talk about Canada's parallel pandemic, the opioid crisis. Since it has taken hold, more than 20,000 Canadians have died, often in the shadows. This is an insidious killer that is tearing families apart. To both of you, starting with Ms. Paul, does the political will exist to confront it?
We called many times during the last session of Parliament across party lines again for us to first recognize that this was a national health emergency and then to decriminalize simple possession because we know we need to end the stigma and create a national safe supply program. We asked every party to do it because 17 lives on average are being lost every day. We didn't hear anything from anyone. And it comes back to Mr. Herman's question about unity. Can we not unify on something like this where it's clear what we need to do? If we can't do that, then none of these other things are possible. And so that's what we have to try to do.
We definitely need to respond to this crisis with everything we have. We've long called for it to be declared a national public health emergency. And what we know is the approach that has been taken for decades simply doesn't work. The approach of arresting someone, putting them through the criminal justice system, putting them in jail does not make communities safer, and it doesn't help people. So we have been saying, and I believe very firmly, we need to provide healthcare responses to people that are dealing with addiction. We need to make sure we are doing everything we can to secure a safe supply. We need to look at the evidence and say really clearly, if there is any step we can take that'll save lives, We've got to take it.
Well,
so there's a lot to do, but does the political will exist to do it?
That is exactly the question. Is there the political will?
There is,
will we
on behalf of New
there
Democrats.
doesn't seem to be, because we need a national safe supply program. We wanted it before Parliament dissolved, and here we are, and lives will be lost in my riding of Toronto Centre probably today because of it.
All right, Ms. Paul, I have to wrap you there. It's good to hear, Mr. Singh, that it is at least coming from you. Mr. Trudeau, Mr. Blanchet, Mr. O'Toole, this round to you, starting with Mr. Trudeau. During the pandemic, Canadians watched in horror the suffering of their most vulnerable and frail loved ones in long-term care. What if tomorrow you had to place a family member in a long-term care facility? Would you do it? Beginning with you, Mr. Trudeau, Mr. O'Toole, Mr. Blanchet, you may jump in.
Tomorrow is my mom's 73rd birthday, so that is certainly something we're reflecting on, but she's doing wonderfully right now. We won't have to make that decision right now. Don't worry, Mom. The reality is we've heard from seniors across this country who've been tremendously worried through this pandemic, and family members worried about that. We know that the conditions of work for the people who are in those long-term care homes are often dictating the conditions of care for seniors, which is why we propose to hire 50,000 new personal support workers, working with the provinces with the money for that. Also increasing the minimum salary to $25 an hour for people who care for our elders and most vulnerable. Because
so if you had to put mom in long-term care, you would do it?
I would make sure that, yes, that they are people who are properly well cared and that there is enough of a proportionate. And that's where we will work with the provinces to deliver exactly that, because we put real money forward.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. O'Toole.
This is where we need partnerships for long-term care for the CHSLD in Quebec. We're going to have a $3 billion fund that the provinces can draw on for infrastructure upgrades to long-term care. That's in addition to our record, almost $60 billion commitment over 10 years to the public healthcare system. Universal access with no conditions. We need to partner with the provinces, not create fights. And long-term care, learning from the gaps in the first part of this pandemic is something we need. And I have to address...
Would you put a loved one in long-term care
Absolutely.
tomorrow,
I have
Mr.
a grandmother in one, and we've been in touch with her. But I have to touch on what Mr. Trudeau said about the recovery. We have to get through the pandemic first. Why did you not have that approach to the election, Mr. Trudeau? We're in the fourth wave. Everything in the recovery relates to getting out of the pandemic first. Why didn't we work together?
I'm going to let Mr. Blanchet in.
You have had 4 minutes more than I did. So now I think it's enough. The debate is almost over. Some dads and some moms don't have to worry. They will have the money, of course. Some do. And in order to give them the care they need, the care they deserve, those responsible for those cares, provinces and Quebec, should have, without conditions, because it is their responsibility, their knowledge, their expertise, the resources required. When the army came in Quebec, they wrote a report afterward. What did they say? They did not say Quebec is not good enough to take care of its seniors. They said they lacked resources. They lacked the money.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Leaders, we are starting to get at, we're running out of time. I am sorry, Mr. Trudeau, you've had the most time tonight. I'm sorry, Mr. Trudeau. We are now moving on to our final journalist of the night. I am welcoming Evan Solomon from CTV News. He's going to be putting questions to you on COVID recovery, starting with Mr. Singh. Hey, Evan.
Hi, Shachi, and hi, leaders. Good to see all of you. Mr. Singh, I'll start with you, sir. Your pandemic recovery plan is uncosted. You have no plan to balance the books, but you promised to pay for your expensive promises, new programs like universal dental care with taxing the super rich and taxing corporations. What specifically would you do to create the 1 million jobs you're promising and make sure Canada stays competitive?
We have the only credible plan that's not going to cut help to Canadians, that's not going to put the burden back on the same people that have struggled. We're the only ones on this debate table that can say clearly we would tax the billionaires. We would make sure companies like Amazon start paying their fair share so we can invest in those new jobs, so we can invest in people. Left to Mr. Trudeau or Mr. O'Toole, they are going to put the burden back on you. They've already started. Mr. Trudeau has already started by cutting the CRE, cutting help to people.
But what new programs, sir, specifically?
Well, I believe in making sure we invest in pharmacare, we invest in dental care, we invest in retrofitting homes and buildings. In doing this, we're going to lower the cost of living, help people save money, but also create jobs by investing in the future economy, the economy of the future.
All right, Mr. Trudeau, to you. Only 4 months ago, you released a budget that was billed as a pandemic recovery program, a plan that had $101 billion of new spending. Since then, COVID numbers are up, growth numbers are down. Now you got a new plan that adds $78 billion of new spending, essentially rendering your last budget out of date. How do Canadians trust that these new massive spending promises will not just keep growing in another few months? And what do you say to the next generation who say, how are we going to pay for this?
Well, first of all, I made a promise during this pandemic to have people's backs. Every time I came out of my house early on in the pandemic to talk directly to Canadians, I told them I'd be there for you. And that's exactly what we've done. And it wasn't just being there for people because we're nice, although of course we are. It was being there because that is the best way to ensure a strong recovery. Now, yes, our budget showed our ambition for this country, including with $10 a day childcare that Mr. O'Toole is planning on ripping up. But we also shows a responsible fiscal track. And even with our fully costed platform that is even more ambitious on the fight against climate change, on housing, on supports for people, the debt of our country as proportion of the GDP continues to decrease.
Yes or no? Is it important to have a plan to balance the budget because you don't have one? Yes or no?
It is important to stay fiscally responsible, and that's what we're doing. Our debt continues to decrease
Okay, we got
as
to
a
move
share
on.
of our GDP.
We got to move on.
Ms. Paul, to you now. You have not been clear if you support the need for vaccine passports or mandatory vaccines for federal workers or even mandatory vaccines for your own candidates. Given that the fourth wave is really a pandemic of the unvaccinated and threatening to overwhelm many healthcare systems, how do you justify not supporting the very measures that have proven to be most effective at increasing vaccination rates?
Evan, we just filmed a video today asking everyone to get vaccinated. We have been unequivocal in our support for vaccinations.
Mandatory vaccinations and vaccine passports.
Well, again, this is just this is again where policy gets put aside for partisan advantage, because everyone on this stage understands that everyone who can be vaccinated should be vaccinated. We need to encourage people to do it. Vaccine saves lives. And every single person on the stage has also said that, of course, there are going to be people who are not able to get vaccinated for certain reasons, and we have to reasonably accommodate them. We will always be guided by the science. We will never put partisan concerns ahead of public health.
Mr. O'Toole, you promise a $60 billion increase in healthcare transfers over the next 10 years, but according to the Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer, it's actually only a transfer of $3.6 billion for the next 5 years, which is not much different than the status quo. But you also support private-public synergies, in your words. Can you specify here tonight exactly what kinds of private healthcare innovations you want to see more of? And if a province introduces more private healthcare, would you enforce the Canada Health Act by holding back any of your promised funding?
I 100% support our public and universal system. I've said it's paramount. And after COVID-19, we need to rebuild it. So we have the most substantive plan to do that. 6% increase per year, stable, predictable, without conditions funding to partner with our provinces. We will respect them running and putting priorities to get wait times down, to give more choice for universal public access. That's what we need. On top of that, Evan, we have a substantial commitment in mental health and treatment for addiction. There are going to be lingering aspects from this pandemic that we're going to do in addition.
But just,
the provinces are in charge of their system. We will respect that. Public and universal elements need to be at the core of our system, and our investments will save it and give relief to front lines like our nurses, physicians. Mr. Trudeau doesn't hire those people.
Just for time.
All
right, we got to wrap you, Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Blanchette, Quebecers relied on the federal government for life-saving vaccines and key programs like the CERB. And as you mentioned, the Canadian Armed Forces came in to save people in long-term care homes in the province of Quebec. Some believe this crisis has enforced the argument for a strong federation and undermines your fundamental argument of separatism. Given that, if the federal government, say, gives $1 billion for long-term care homes, which Quebec failed to protect, why should they not also enforce national standards?
I have still not heard from all those brilliant people all over the place and all over Canada what a Canadian can do that a Quebecer cannot do. In what way whatsoever would a Canadian norm be any better than a Quebec norm? I don't see that. And I'm not, I don't have this complex. I don't feel that I'm any a lesser person than a Canadian because I'm a Quebecer.
National standard. If you pay for something, should you be able to enforce it?
National norms or standards. And I would say that the Premier Legault of Quebec today said no one is to be entirely trusted in this group of people. Some are worse than others. I think they recognize themselves. But even those who are a little bit less terrible need a watchdog because they're not entitled to a majority government. So if Quebecers want, I will lead the watchdogs.
Okay. This is the open debate section. And I'll start with you, Mr. O'Toole, but everyone please jump in, not all at once. The pandemic recovery is about the future path of Canada. And all of the leaders here tonight have made promises that require historic levels of spending. But as you all know, politics is about hard choices. With some Canadians still in real need of support and other industries experiencing real labor shortages, what specific programs will stay and what will go in the next year, and who will pay for all of this? Mr. O'Toole.
That's a great question, Evan, because we didn't see the government adapt to the changing crisis. What we supported, and we all worked together, the wage subsidy, the CERB, needed to be adapted as there were labor shortages in Quebec, as we can't find enough people for restaurants and service industries. We need to target the highly impacted sectors. That's what our plan, Canada's Recovery Plan, does. We get those service, tourism, restaurants back on their feet, get people working, and with keeping cases low, we can then wind down the other programs because we need to focus on work. We have a job boost that will actually incentivize the hiring of people that have been out of work for 10 months or more.
Mr. O'Toole, let Mr. Singh in.
Mr. O'Toole and Mr. Trudeau are jumping over each other about who is going to cut help to people first. I don't agree with that approach. I don't think it makes sense to say, oh, I'm going to have people's back, but I'm going to cut as quickly as I can. I'm going to cut the help to people who need it as much as they can. We're the only party right here clearly is going to say to you, you're not going to have to pay more. We're not going to cut any programs. We're going to ask the 44.
We're giving working Canadians.
Hold on a second. We're going to ask the 44 richest billionaires pay their fair share for once. That's what we're going to do.
Respond to that because this is the second time that Mr. Singh has said we're the only party where just us. Mr. Singh, you know that that's.
Hold on, Mr. Singh.
No, unless you're trying to ghost me, you know that we also okay.
Sure,
so
yes, as well. That's
okay.
Thank
you. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Trudeau, you're trying to get in.
Mr. Singh continues to pretend that it makes no difference whether there is a progressive government or a conservative, or progressive government or a conservative government. We know that it makes a huge difference to families, whether they have $10 a day childcare, whether they have a government that has their back, a government that has a plan to move beyond the Harper targets on fighting climate change. Now, Mr. Singh may feel that for the NDP, it makes no difference who forms government. I know for Canadian families,
Mr. Blanchet, you haven't been in yet. Mr. Blanchet.
Translate subvention salariale?
Wage subsidy.
Wage subsidy. Did any of you three guys refund the wage subsidy that you received up to about $3 million? That would be something, at least for the principal. After that, there's an important issue, labor shortage. They are promising jobs. They should be promising workers.
Yes.
We need people to work. And that raises the question of productivity. This is the most important issue, and some programs should be turned toward that issue.
Mr. O'Toole.
In this pandemic election that Mr. Trudeau called, after everyone asked him not to, he says he doesn't worry about monetary policy and inflation. Now he's saying he doesn't ever intend to balance the budget. He's spending $424 million a day more than Canada's bringing in.
The question was, what programs will stay?
We need to wind down the support programs in a fair way and get the country working again.
We have got to remember.
Thank you. Last minute of play, leaders. Last minute of play. Ms. Paul, 5 seconds to you. I'm coming to you, Ms. Paul.
Thank you. We have got to remember the pandemic is not over, and all over this country, people still need the benefits. They should be there until the pandemic is over. And to the people of Canada, it is unfortunate unfortunate we are in this election. You can see that there is a lot of work left to do. We need to get back to doing it in a more cooperative way.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Singh, I see you, Mr. Trudeau. Mr.
One of the
Singh.
specific programs, we demanded 22 times in Parliament for Mr. Trudeau to expand was paid sick leave. Because in this pandemic, people had to make the impossible choice going into work sick or not being able to because they couldn't pay their bills. 22 times over 18 months, we demanded an expansion, and Mr. Trudeau said no to you and said no to your family.
Last word to you on this, Mr. Trudeau.
Expanding sick leave to 10 days of paid sick leave for federal industries. Now, in the election, and this is important, you have seen tonight the extreme differences between the perspectives of these parties.
Leaders,
we need Canadians to make the right choice
leaders,
so we
that
can
is
move
it.
forward together.
We're out of time. Evan, thank you. Leaders, thank you for your participation tonight. That's it for the English language leaders debate. Voting day is September 20th. Get your ballots. Make sure you're registered. On behalf of the Leaders Debate Consortium, I want to thank the crew, the producers, everyone who made this happen. I'm Shachi Curl. Good night.
Good night. Thank you very much. Good night. Thank you.
True North's live debate night show. I'm your host, Candice Malcolm. Thank you so much for staying with us. That was a long 2 hours. I thought it was pretty much a train wreck. I mean, the issues that they touched at the beginning of the debate, the first hour, maybe even the first hour and a half, were things that just didn't really matter to Canadians. It felt like it was special interest groups, it was niche issues, really going down rabbit holes, talking about things like universal basic income and just all kinds of issues that don't really resonate to Canadians. We didn't get to the meat, the crux of the debate, the important issues, at least from my perspective, until the last, half an hour? And by then, I can't imagine anybody stayed on it. I thought that was a horribly run debate. As far as the leader's performance, Trudeau, to me, seemed really on edge, really angry, really irritated. I know he has his sort of tricks and his style that he uses and that he sort of gets applauded for by the, Laurentian elite journalists on social media. But tonight, I just felt like everything was falling flat. I thought that Aaron O'Toole came out pretty strong and then just sort of faded away. He didn't really have much of an impact throughout the rest of the debate. I felt like Jagmeet Singh did a pretty good job as well, but there's so many times when, it would be like Trudeau and O'Toole talking about an issue, and then instead of like letting the two of them go on, or Trudeau would say something, and instead of going back to O'Toole, the moderator would jump in and give the spotlight to Blanchette or Anime Paul. It's like, we don't really care what they have to say. I mean, those are sort of my observations from the top. I'll let either of you jump in. So,
I don't think Anime Paul, and although I thought she handled questions very well, I don't think she should have been in the debate, and definitely not Blanchette. I mean, it was just a total waste of airtime. And I agree with you.
He said right at the beginning that he has no interest in becoming Prime Minister of Canada. It's like, why are you here then?
I mean, what a waste. They should have just had the three leaders, leading leaders, going head to head. And I agree with you. I mean, I think they lost people after the first hour because they only talked about basically social justice issues, and that Indigenous reporter who just asked repeatedly about...
She wasn't really a reporter. She felt like an activist. She was she had her opinions, and look, obviously that stuff is important, and I think that it should be covered in a debate. We should talk about it maybe for 2 or 3 minutes.
45?
They spent a lot of time on that issue, and they were really driving home very special, very niche issues. And again, it is important to some people, but this is a national debate. This is the only English debate we have. We didn't talk about the economy or jobs at all in the first, hour and a half of the debate.
Remember when we, before the pre-show, when I said, you have to connect with people at the grassroots level. People's concerns about affordability, about housing, about the economy, coming back from COVID. To jam that into a half an hour was just absolutely shameful from my perspective.
Yeah, and everything we've always seen when you look at the viewing habits in these debates is people tune out after the first 15 or 20 minutes. And the first 15 or 20 minutes was this real sort of grab bag of issues under the sort of rubric of leadership. There was some foreign affairs stuff in there which I thought was nice to hear, was unexpected and positive, but then it would sort of veer to something completely different. And then affordability, which the media has been telling us nonstop is the issue of the election, turns up at the end. And then on top of it, they had the format was so bizarre in that you had this situation where the moderator kept on going back to making sure that all 5 of the leaders got a fair enough say, or at least were able to jump in. But there was enough leeway that if a leader wanted to push through, they could get more and more time. Blanchet at one point complained that Trudeau had spoken for 4 more minutes than him, which is, makes sense in that one of those guys is running for prime minister.
Right.
And that really allowed, I think it really allowed Singh to sort of use the format to his advantage, that he just jumped in all the time and everybody else kind of deferred to him and let him push through. So especially in the sort of last 2/3 of the debate, it was really the Jagmeet Singh's show. Now, I don't think he's saying anything radically different. The interesting thing is that the NDP campaign in this election seems to be doing something they were not interested in doing, not been interested in doing in the past, which is attack Justin Trudeau from the left. We'll see if it has any impact, but Singh's in a battle to hold on to his vote, right? We saw in the poll we talked about earlier today, Candice, that as many as 20% of NDP and Green voters say they are very likely to vote Liberal to stop the Conservatives from winning. If Singh loses those votes, he's going to be right back down to more or less what he got in the last election. So he's got to show to those people that you can't just vote Liberal, and that's really what it was about for him. We'll see over the next week whether he's successful or not.
Well, I agree that Singh did a good job. He showed his personality, kind of came through, and you're right, he jumped in ways that I wish Aaron O'Toole would kind of push back more. And part of it, again, was the moderator, because a lot of times it would be like, they do the two-person back and forth, and she wouldn't let the person respond, and then she would just randomly go to someone else. Look, I kind of like Anna May Paul. I think that she has a nice personality. That she actually had some really strong moments in the campaign when she called Trudeau out for being a fake feminist, right? To your point, Hamish, right at the beginning when everyone was paying attention and she talked about Jody Wilson-Raybould, I thought that was devastating to Trudeau because he couldn't really say anything. He didn't have anything to go back on. And so I don't begrudge her, but a lot of times she just wasn't really relevant to the conversation. I wanted to see more Trudeau versus O'Toole, and I thought that O'Toole really in this one, earlier in the pre-show, I was complaining that in last night's French debate, I felt like there was just too much. They all agreed, and there wasn't really a lot of interesting divergence of views. I felt differently tonight. I felt like Aaron O'Toole did a better job defending conservatism, that there were a few moments where he really was pushing back against the sort of mainstream narrative, but I just felt that overall, the debate just missed the mark in terms of the issues that Canadians care about. Like, we're in the middle of a pandemic. We have all these issues with small business owners, with people not being able to find employees, for people worried about the future of their industry, particularly folks in Western Canada. And I feel like none of that. I felt like that was an Ottawa debate. It wasn't a Canadian debate. It was a very, very Ottawa-centric debate. It's just very.
It was an activist debate, and I mean It was so far from the experience of the people that you talk to on the streets, or the people that I've encountered at doors in Midtown Toronto. And they're not talking about, other than a couple of minutes, they're not talking about Indigenous issues, and they're not talking about climate change. That is so yesterday. I mean, we have to be concerned about it, obviously, but they're thinking about, how do they come out of this pandemic whole? How do they deal with their life that has been turned upside down? Many, many lives have been turned upside down.
It's funny because at one moment in the debate, they said that to many Canadians, this is the climate change election. And I felt like that was so out of touch. I was like, I felt like climate change was a really, really big issue maybe like 5 years ago when people were first starting to kind of debate it. It was a big issue for Liberals when Trump became president because he had in the past said that he thought it was a hoax. And so it was really important in that moment, in the sort of Paris context. But that moment is not this moment.
Not to completely contradict you, but as we saw in our poll, climate change is the #1 issue for Liberals. So when they say that, when they're saying it's a big issue for Canadians, it's a big issue for Liberals. We saw that people who are voting Conservative, it's much, much lower on the list of priorities. And undecided voters, it's much lower on their list of priorities. So, it goes to your point that this was a debate amongst on the topics that people in that elite bubble in Ottawa care about, and the people they talk to. Right?
Well, and it's funny because even though they had representatives and voices from across the country, the people all echoed the same sort of sound that, like, I'm sorry, they had a guy who asked a question from Saskatchewan. He didn't sound like the people from Saskatchewan I know. Like, I felt like the issues that they chose, the way that the debate was framed, even the format and how they had it, I think that Canadians deserve so much better. This is the only English debate. It's the only opportunity that we have to see the leaders side by side. Given the way that Justin Trudeau just doesn't really answer questions, he doesn't really, and we're about to see it. We're going to go to the scrums in a few minutes here when they start. But the idea that Trudeau doesn't really answer questions, even though he has the adoring, love of the journalists who he speaks to, and you can see the back and forth. There's been a couple moments in this campaign where Trudeau has just unabashedly talked about how much he loves the journalists and how brave they are and how amazing they are, and just totally sucking up to them. And you see the reciprocity in the way that they treat him, the softball question. So we don't really ever get to see Trudeau back up against his wall, making him explain his positions and sort of calling him out for his bad behavior. It was great to see Anna May Paul do that. There were a couple moments where Erin O'Toole certainly had him, about the two Michaels or talking about Kabul. I felt like the foreign policy stuff, again, was a real strong suit for O'Toole. But, this is it. We're going to the polls, a week Monday?
Well, no, actually, advance polls open tomorrow morning. Millions of Canadians are going to start voting tomorrow. So, the elections, the voting is happening in big numbers. And, I think, if people were tuning into this debate to see, hold on, Erin O'Toole could win the election. What's the deal with Erin O'Toole? Which is, I think, would be a normal thing for a lot of undecided Canadians at this point. We're trying to make that decision between Trudeau and O'Toole. I don't think they got a particularly good answer to that, and I think it's primarily the fault of the format that didn't really allow Canadians to see the choice that actually matters. Who cares about Blanchette having a debate with Paul or Singh about something in English Canada?
Right. Well, that's exactly it, because that was the thing that I heard again at the doors, is that they were waiting to see. A lot of undecided said they were waiting to see how the leaders handled themselves in the debate.
Oh, really?
And
which is the idea of a debate.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
But these people at the doors would be grossly let down, because I would imagine that they were looking for the issues that struck them near and dear to the heart, and big one being affordability. And why would you leave that to the last couple of questions and then jam it in? In fact, I thought it was supposed to be evenly divided, and the last 10 minutes was left to COVID recovery. Well,
yeah, how is that
my
not the biggest
goodness, we've
issue?
been living through 18 months of lockdowns and vaccine screw-ups and all kinds of stuff. I cannot believe that they didn't have that right off the top.
Did they even ask any questions about government debt, government spending? Is that something that we just decided we don't care about anymore?
I can't help but wonder if this was kind of framed to help Mr. Trudeau, the Prime Minister.
Of course, this is a question I'm sort of wondering is, Trudeau has had a spectacular fall from grace in this election. He was really going in thinking he was going to get a majority. He was riding high in the polls, and it has been a big surprise. I'm sure he really regrets calling this election. I honestly think that he is up at night thinking, oh my goodness, I could lose the prime ministership. This could be all over for me. And I kind of wonder, he has a week to turn things around. Did he do that tonight? Because from my perspective, and I know I don't see Trudeau, you were saying, Hamish, that you either love Trudeau or you hate him, and I obviously don't fall in that first category. I have a hard time really trying to figure out what it is that people see in Trudeau. But, seeing his performance, I noted on Twitter that maybe it was hot in that room because he seemed like he was really red. He seemed frazzled. He seemed angry. He didn't seem to perform in the way that he needed to, from my perspective, in order to sort of recapture the imagination of the country. I don't really know what he's running on in terms of, what his big ideas are for his next term. I don't really know what the ballot question is for him, other than just, hey, I've been doing a good job. Don't you think I deserve a majority? And pretty clear that Canadians aren't saying that. So I was kind of expecting a better performance from him. I was expecting some big lines, some of his sort of Liberals go back to their greatest hits. And instead I just saw a lot of negativity, a lot of sort of franticness, fast talking, angry. It didn't seem like Trudeau was having a good night from my perspective.
Yeah, I don't think he turned off anybody who already liked him, though. I agree. I don't think it was a winning performance that he picked up a ton of extra votes. But I don't think he turned anybody off. And often the incumbent gets a bit of an advantage, a bit of the devil you know. And if it's a choice for people who are trying to decide between the devil you know and somebody new, the incumbent gets a bit of leeway. So I'm not sure, for me, this debate was the big opportunity for Erin O'Toole to show he was a prime minister, to show all those people who are saying, who are saying they're voting conservative, but they're not entirely sure yet, or people who are wavering about it. And I don't think he really got the chance to do that. So does that, does it matter that Trudeau's performance wasn't as strong as it could have been? Maybe it's all he needed to do. We'll see. But I think the format really did not help Canadians make that decision.
I think there's too much noise.
Yeah.
From the others, just too much noise, too many questions, not organized. I think things were thrown out there. It was a hot mess. Talk about hot mess. It really was. And I wouldn't be able, if I were undecided, I wouldn't be able to decide from tonight.
Right, and again, it was both too long and too short, right? Because it was like this was the only opportunity we had in English to see the leaders together, and yet it dragged on so long. It was hard to watch. I'm a political junkie. I'm going to watch this stuff all the time, and I was like, are they still talking about climate change? Why are they still talking about climate change? And I felt like they just lost the room. They lost the country. Like, this is not what people care about. And then we were talking about the format, like would have been, Rex Murphy had a great piece in National Post yesterday about how we would have just been much better served to have smaller debates in each region. Go to British Columbia, get a bunch of journalists from Vancouver or Victoria, get them to ask questions that matter to British Columbia. Then go to Alberta and get a bunch of journalists from Alberta, get them to ask questions. And it would have been really interesting to hear if Justin Trudeau had a different tune speaking out west, as opposed to to his base and to his core in Quebec and in Ottawa and Ontario. Go out to the Maritimes and talk to people out there. Like this is a national election. Go up north. Have a debate just for First Nations issues. Aaron O'Toole is the first leader who is going to be speaking. So we'll cut our analysis and head right to the scrum where Aaron O'Toole is taking questions now.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. O'Toole. Ryan Tumblety, National Post. I want to ask about your climate change plan, the plan for the personal carbon savings accounts. If you're successful in the election, if you're Prime Minister, can you tell us how quickly that program will be brought in and what you'll do with Mr. Trudeau's carbon tax in the meantime? When will it end? When will the carbon savings account start? And what happens in the in-between?
Well, this is part of the reason why we put out our plan in April. We wanted to show provinces another option to price carbon to make our Paris commitments, but to also have economic recovery. So those conversations will go underway. We want to partner with the provinces, and I think after 6 years of Mr. Trudeau having an Ottawa knows best approach for everything, I want to see more collaboration within our confederation, and climate change will be an important part of that.
Mic number 2, please.
Good evening, Mr. O'Toole. Andrew Lawton, True North. Thanks in large part to high vaccine uptake, we've seen cases and hospitalizations decouple. A lot of restrictions, even some under federal control, still remain in place, though, for vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals. If you're Prime Minister, what is the metric you're going to use to decide when the pandemic is over, basically? Is it going to be cases, hospitalizations, vaccine rate? What is the end result for you?
We're going to work with public health officials to make sure that we can keep people safe. That's got to be the priority, not to have a fifth wave after a fourth wave, and to balance the economy. Our main concern with Mr. Trudeau, he was so slow on just approving rapid testing. That is a tool that, if used properly, can be a very important build-on to vaccines and to distancing. It lets us have openings. That's where we want to see more federal leadership to balance off the need to get our economy back on track.
We'll take a question from the phone now. Operator, is there a question on the phone? Operator, is there a question from the phone? So we will take a question from the room and we'll come back to the phone and try and compensate that question. Mic number 1, please.
Thank you. Mike Lapointe from the Hill Times. Mr. O'Toole, Conservatives are the traditional party that look to balance the budget as quickly as possible. After a year of unprecedented spending, if elected, what would you do to bring the government finances back to normality?
Great question. Mr. Trudeau is spending $424 million per day more than we're bringing in. So we launched Canada's Recovery Plan, which is going to focus on getting our economy back on a strong footing, getting people working, particularly highly impacted sectors that we want to see. We want to focus on work and get our budget back to balance over the course of the next decade. the parliamentary budget officer just confirmed our plan. That is what we need, a plan to get back to a fiscal stability in our country so that we safeguard our programs and avoid a debt crisis that Mr. Trudeau is leading us towards.
So we will try the phones once again. Operator, is there a question from the phone, please?
From the phone, please.
Mic number 2, please.
Mic number 2, please.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Rosina Spore from the UK Daily Telegraph. There's been very little foreign policy discussion in the campaign so far. So if you were Prime Minister, how would you set yourself apart from Mr. Trudeau on the world stage? And what message do you have for Canada's closest allies like the UK in terms of international collaboration on everything from Afghanistan to climate change?
Well, as I said this evening, I think it was a failure of leadership for Mr. Trudeau to call an election and leave behind 1,200 Canadians and hundreds of other translators and people that are at risk in Afghanistan because they served with our forces, with our diplomats. Canada doesn't leave people behind, and Mr. Trudeau put himself first. I want our NATO allies, our Five Eyes allies to know we will be there as a strong partner. We will stand up for human rights. We have a lot of concerns with the conduct of the communist government in China, and we will look at innovative partnerships like my Kanzuk initiative. There's lots of interest to work even closer with the United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand.
So we will try from the phones once again. Operator, is there a question from the phone?
From the phone.
Mic number 1, please.
Mic number 1, please.
Mr. O'Toole, Murad Hamadi from The Logic. Your platform states that you will, quote, pass strong legislation to protect privacy more effectively than the current government's weak Bill C-11. What specifically is wrong with Bill C-11, and how do you propose to regulate businesses' use of data and AI?
We have been speaking to people about the need to allow people to have ownership and control over their footprint, over their privacy, particularly in a digital age. We need to make sure that there's ownership there. It's also why we support open banking, for example, so that people can own that and control it and have certainty with respect to their personal information. Canada's recovery plan is about making sure our economy bounces back and that we safeguard Canadians in the digital space.
Mic number 2, please.
Good evening, Jenna Kokula with The Wire Report. In your run to be party leader, you said you wanted to defund the CBC's digital services and cut its English TV services by 50%. Now you've kind of walked that back in your party platform. What changed for you since then?
What I've said is I think with the digital age, my own kids watch a lot of streaming services and YouTube. We need to make sure that we preserve content creators in Canada, that we have a competitive landscape, and that in some areas like English television and digital, we shouldn't see the government competing with the private sector that is trying desperately to innovate and hold on, particularly with advertising. So we'd like to see a modernization, to see less of that competition, less government subsidizing newspapers and other organizations, taking that state competition out and making sure we support the creation of private sector content and creation.
And let's try the phone line once again. Operator, is there a a question from the phone?
From the phone.
Yes, our first question tonight is from Dylan Robertson from Winnipeg Free Press. Please go ahead, your line is open.
Mr. O'Toole, why won't you tell us how many of your candidates are vaccinated?
As you know, I encourage all Canadians to get vaccinated. They're safe and effective for use, and I've been fighting for better access to supply, and I will respect personal decisions about healthcare, and we need to work together to overcome any questions that people may have. In fact, I was proud to work with Mr. Singh and the other leaders tonight to film a video talking about how important and safe vaccines are in our fight against COVID-19. What I haven't liked with Mr. Trudeau's pandemic election is this attempt to divide people when we should be working together in our fight against COVID-19.
Operator, please, we'll take another question from the phone. Mic number 1, please.
Jean-Sébastien Cloutier, Radio-Canada. Bonjour, Monsieur O'Toole. Bonsoir.
vous avez entendu M. Legault aujourd'hui au Québec qui a laissé sous-entendre qu'un gouvernement minoritaire conservateur serait peut-être la meilleure idée, que les autres partis étaient centralisateurs. Avez-vous vu ça comme un appui de la part de M. Legault? Quelle a été votre réaction?
Comme j'ai dit, j'ai beaucoup de respect pour le Premier ministre Legault et son leadership pendant la pandémie. On a beaucoup des enjeux en commun, particulièrement la création de richesses et une relance économique. Et j'ai un contrat avec les Québécois et les Québécoises parce que je vais toujours respecter les champs des compétences et avoir un fédéralisme de partenariat. Je vais continuer de travailler en étroite collaboration avec toutes les provinces, incluant Premier ministre Legault.
And let's try the phone lines once again. Operator, is there a question on the phone?
On the phone. Yes, thank you. The next question is from Raymond Filion, TVA. Please go ahead. The line is open.
Merci. Merci. Bonsoir, M. O'Toole. J'aimerais savoir si vous êtes d'accord avec la première question qui a été posée à M. Blanchet par la modératrice ce soir sur les lois 21 au Québec, 96 aussi sur la protection du français. Êtes-vous d'accord que ce sont des lois discriminatoires, comme elle l'a dit?
Comme j'ai dit, je vais toujours respecter les champs des compétences du Québec et avoir une approche de partenariat. Et on doit respecter la langue, la culture, la laïcité. Je vais toujours respecter ça et je vais travailler en étroite collaboration sur la langue, particulièrement avec la loi 101 pour les entreprises à charte fédérale. C'est le temps de respecter toutes les provinces et ça serait mon approche. It's our time to work together and respect all provinces. We need to partner, particularly coming out of COVID-19, and respect provincial jurisdiction and try and come together to partner. I think we need to fight against the decline of the French language. I think having French as the language of work, this is an area with Bill 101 and the federally regulated enterprises in the province. I think it's a matter of fairness that those large players like the banks and others take the same approach that medium-sized players do, making French the language of the workplace in Quebec.
That's all the time we have. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Back and really, I thought that Aaron O'Toole did a great job, but there's a couple things that I noticed. The first several questions were all about COVID and the economy, because those are the issues that Canadians care about. Unlike the debate where we focused on climate change, we focused on reconciliation, things that sure are important, but they're not the dominant issues in the campaign. It was interesting that even the journalists, even the out-of-touch journalists in Ottawa, picked up on the issues that mattered to Canadians. I thought that O'Toole did a great job. He looked really comfortable. And you know he's confident. He's got his message and he sticks to it. And I thought he did a great job there.
Yeah, it is interesting that they focused on what was missing from the debate. They didn't hear answers during the debate, so it's just natural that they would ask, as you say.
And we will go back to Yves Blanchette, but I just want to make one point because Andrew Lawton got a great question in there, and it was great to have True North being able to ask that question. It wasn't, an easy thing for us to have Andrew there. And the question he asked was, what's the end point of this pandemic? When are we out? When can we go back to normal? And, I thought that O'Toole did a decent job answering that, but I would really like to hear more politicians ask that question, like, when is this pandemic over? When can we go back to normal?
And that's what I think is going to be interesting when we look at policies like vaccine passports, right? Which when we see are reasonably popular when you look at them in the polls. But I think that's based on a tacit belief that most people have that they're a temporary thing. Well, they'll have this vaccine passport until COVID's no longer a threat. If you say, well, it's going to have this vaccine passport for a significant length of time, I think the popularity would be lower. I think Andrew's question is a very, very important one, is what's the criteria for pulling back on all these restrictions?
Right, because we need actual, an end game here.
Right.
It's like we keep having moving goalposts, and I think a lot of the reason that people agree to vaccine passports, I think the vaccines are important. I think everyone should go and get them, that they're safe and effective. But the idea of the government trying to manage this passport system, it really doesn't sit well with me. I mean, we're watching this government debate right now. They can't even figure out how to get the questions from the people on the phone to go. and we're supposed to believe that they can manage this national vaccine passport system with all of our health. And it's kind of interesting, too, because we had a story about this at TNC.news today about how city councillors here in Toronto who opposed carding, that were really opposed to the idea of carding, which is just when police go up to an individual who might meet a description of a wanted criminal and ask for their ID. That's outrageous because apparently it's racist. And yet the same people who are against carding are for vaccine passports, which are far more intrusive, far more invasive, require more ID, and they require everyone to have them at all times, to go to a restaurant, to go to a bar. I mean, to me, it's just a massive overreach of government, and I think that more people, the idea that, if we just have these vaccine passports, we'll go back to normal, that's really temporary thinking. That's thinking, okay, I'll give up all these liberties for like the short-term idea of some freedom, but like, do you really trust the government to let this passport system go? I think it's a terrifying slope that we're
It's a slippery
about to go down.
slope, and I always think with governments, if they tax something, for example, they're not going to remove the tax.
Right.
So if they impose these passports and they impose these restrictions, every time we agree to something, they're just going to keep opening. It opens the door to more and more. So right now, the way they're talking, we can't go into a restaurant, we can't go into a gym without vaccine passports. We certainly can't travel without vaccine passports. We can't get out of Canada. Well, right now we can't even get to the States. But, there are so many restrictions on us. Our lives have completely changed. I think it's a very fair question. I'm not sure that politicians are prepared to answer that question.
And we haven't really seen a very good answer. I will say that, Aaron O'Toole was at least answered the question in the way he didn't give a specific metric, which I think we're hoping for, like, when 90% of people get vaccinated or when COVID case rates go down to something like this. We don't have that. But again, this is a question I think that we should be demanding that our politicians answer.
But I think there is some point politicians have to understand that we're going to have to learn to live with it without all these massive restrictions. We get vaccinated for the flu, or most of us, I'm not sure, I do every year. And we're going to have to learn to live with it and make, the necessary accommodations, but not restrict our lives and our travel and, our ability to move in the world.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we've kind of missed most of the bloc leaders' questions here, but let's go to the debates, federal debate, and listen to the rest of the scrum here.
Est-ce que cette question-là peut influencer les prochains jours de la campagne, à votre avis, puisqu'elle a été posée par une animatrice du débat, non pas, ça s'est pas passé dans un échange entre les autres chefs?
Non, en fait, il y a là, je me réentends en écho. Bon, j'imagine que les autres chefs, s'il y avait eu un inconfort par rapport à la nature de la question qui établissait que les Québécois sont des racistes, ben, il l'aurait dit, ça n'a pas l'air de les avoir dérangés trop. Est-ce que ça a un avenir? Est-ce que ça va influencer l'avenir de la campagne? On en était déjà en train d'établir que les Québécois avaient besoin qu'il n'y ait pas de majorité accordée à qui que ce soit. Mais c'est plus clair que jamais que ça prend quelqu'un qui va protéger les intérêts du Québec. Et en général, je dis promouvoir, mais là, je vais dire protéger, parce que ça a été l'objet d'une attaque, d'une agression contre le Québec. Bien, le besoin me semble plus clair que jamais. Et ma foi, il n'y a pas beaucoup de candidats en ligne pour aller protéger le Québec dans ce Parlement-là. Nous, on y sera.
Question du micro numéro 2, s'il vous plaît.
Hello, Brett Forster, APTN News. At one point during the debate, you described the nation-to-nation relationship as one between two equals where neither party imposes upon each other. The Liberals passed Bill C-92, which is legislation that returns jurisdiction over child welfare to Indigenous nations. This bill is being challenged by Quebec in court. It's a constitutional challenge. Are you willing to concede that the nation-to-nation relationship, as you described it earlier today, will require power sharing and jurisdictional sharing between Quebec and First Nations?
I would invite you to ask this question to the Premier of Quebec.
Micro numéro 1, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, bonsoir. Lina Dib, la presse canadienne. Bonsoir, M. Blanchet. Moi, j'aimerais revenir sur ce que M. Legault a dit ce matin parce que je pense qu'on ne vous a pas entendu y réagir. Maintenant, vous savez exactement c'était quoi ces mots.
Oui, votre collègue derrière vous m'a entendu ce matin, il était là.
Mais non, moi, ce que mon collègue qui était sur le même autobus m'a dit, c'était que vous avez dit que vous n'aviez pas tout entendu.
Non, j'avais pas tout entendu, en effet.
Et que donc, vous nous parleriez
ça va me faire
plus tard.
plaisir.
Nous sommes plus tard.
C'est sûr.
Attendez que je pose ma question. Alors,
je pense
ouais,
gestuellement.
Ouais, donc vous avez dû y penser toute la journée. Et ça, on a tous compris que M. Legault est en train de dire aux Québécois, votez pour les conservateurs. Ça, c'est des votes qui vous prend à vous. Et j'aimerais savoir si quand, ou si tout à l'heure, vous avez dit à M. O'Toole en quittant le plateau, vous lui avez dit, ça te prend un chien de garde. Le chien de garde, c'est le Bloc. Est-ce que vous êtes en train de concéder que M. O'Toole...
Comment ça fait qu'on a entendu ce que j'ai dit en privé à M. O'Toole sur le plateau?
Non, c'est pas en privé. C'était tant que vous êtes sur le plateau.
Sur le plateau, on se parle après, puis on me pose des questions sur ce que j'ai dit à M. O'Toole après sur le plateau, quand on était seul ou avec l'animatrice. Vraiment, là?
D'accord. Donc, est-ce que vous êtes en train de concéder que M. O'Toole va devenir premier ministre et que donc, pour ce faire, il vous prend vos votes? C'est ça ma question. Et par rapport à M.
Bon, ben, prenez-vous des chaises, parce que la question est assez longue et intéressante. On va en parler longtemps. Moi, mon interprétation, elle est complètement différente de votre tout le monde. Je ne sais pas c'est qui tout le monde, en fait. Qui est tout le monde? Moi, mon interprétation, c'est que, évidemment, un premier ministre du Québec doit interpeller des gens qui considèrent qu'ils peuvent devenir chef de l'État. C'est tout à fait normal. Qu'est-ce que j'ai entendu? J'ai entendu un premier ministre qui dit il y a 3 partis qui sont hyper centralisateurs. Il y en a un qui l'est moins, mais je veux un gouvernement minoritaire. Quand on est au Québec puis qu'on veut un gouvernement minoritaire, on ne parle pas du NPD puis des Verts, là. On parle du Bloc québécois. Donc, c'est au moins autant une invitation à considérer le Bloc québécois qu'à considérer les conservateurs. L'espèce de raccourci que j'ai entendu, en effet, toute la journée, me semble pas fondé. Moi, j'étais plutôt content. Je fais, bon, donc, le premier ministre du Québec suggère de considérer le Bloc québécois parce que personne ne mérite une majorité dans ce Parlement-là. Je rappellerai qu'en matière de transfert en santé, pour les 3 premières années, c'est 3,5 par année. C'est même pas le 6 par année. C'est à des milliards et des milliards de dollars. Avec ce calcul-là, d'ailleurs, à la première année, on est déjà dans le trou de proche 30 milliards par rapport aux demandes des provinces. Puis qu'en termes de services de garde, le premier ministre du Québec a été assez clair, puis il a dit « Hey, je veux les services de garde, ou je veux l'entendre sur les services de garde qu'il y a avec le Québec et qui existent d'ailleurs avec les autres provinces. » Fait qu'il y a des raccourcis plus spectaculaires que fondés. Je n'ai aucune inquiétude par rapport à ce que j'ai entendu. Et si j'en avais pas durant la journée, je me permettrai de vous dire qu'avec le débat de ce soir,
can take. It's sort of like, you know, last night at the French debate, it made sense that he was there. You know, they were talking a lot about Quebec, and at some points it was even like I appreciated his perspective because he was taking a little bit of a different angle. For instance, when they were talking about labor markets, he was the only one that was sort of, you know, talking about how a lot of people don't want to go to work because they get paid to sit at home, talking about CERB. And that was something that like all the other leaders were dancing around. Tonight, it's just like, everything that Yves Blanchette says, it's like, why is this guy here? He's like the cranky uncle that no one really wants to have over for dinner, and yet he's still always there, ranting and raving. It really just drills in the sort of Quebec favoritism that we have in this country, the pandering that happens, and I don't know. Look, Quebec is important, just like every other province is important, but the tone that he takes, he just feels like a petulant child to me.
No wonder the West feels disenfranchised when they listen to 2 French debates, or they encounter 2 French debates, then they have this gentleman, you know, who really shouldn't be in the English debate, taking up airtime, and then now taking up airtime, speaking in French yet again, and you're thinking, okay, enough already. We understand there's the province of Quebec, but there are 9 other provinces.
Yeah, it's just, you know, and it adds insult to injury. You know, in theory, he's there because even though they run candidates in Quebec, that, you know, what he says could be of interest to the Anglophones in the West Island of Montreal, who of course vote, you know, like 3% of them vote for the Bloc, or 1% of them vote for the Bloc or something. You know, so he's there, in theory, speaking to a group of people who, by their very nature, are very disinterested in what he has to say. The debates would clearly be better in a much more focused manner. But you know, it's been a long tradition. I mean, I remember we used to have Preston Manning in the French debate when the Reform Party wasn't barely even running any candidates in Quebec, and that wasn't any better. But it was we have this sort of bizarre idea that we have to, everybody, if you're running more than a certain number of candidates or you've got MPs, you must be in all the debates. I was like, well, do you actually have to be? Really? Like, really?
Right. I mean, how do you think that he is doing? You're looking at the polls and the numbers. Is he resonating with voters in Quebec? Is he doing a good job from that perspective?
So look, it depends on the polls you look at. Some polls show, most polls in Quebec suffer from being raised from a small sample size, which means they have a large margin of error. The Bloc won 32 seats in the last election in Quebec, which was a big jump for them. They only had 10 in the election before, so they more than tripled their representation, which was a big win. But the crazy thing is that there was another 8 seats they lost by about another 5 or 6%.
Here comes Trudeau.
Should we go back to Trudeau?
Yeah, let's go back. We'll go to Trudeau with the scrum, and we'll continue
to
with this.
Leila Fernandez. Got off the stage and discovered that she won the semifinals and is on her way to the finals. I think we're all very, very excited about her. Je veux juste féliciter Leila Fernandez pour un match extraordinaire que j'ai pas pu voir parce que j'étais occupé, mais j'ai bien hâte de voir les finales du US Open.
Mic number 1, please. Micro numéro 1.
Hi, Mr. Trudeau. It's Annie Bergeron-Oliver with CTV National News. Today, the other leaders criticized you and your government for putting political goals above the well-being of Canada's Afghan allies. Can you confidently say that this election, the need to campaign right across the country, in no way diverted your attention away from the situation in Afghanistan and in no way slowed down Canada's evacuation response?
Yes, I can confidently say that. I got regular briefings throughout the time, even as I was campaigning. Our ministers were fully engaged, and mostly our Canadian Armed Forces, our diplomats, our extraordinary consular affairs people continued to step up so we could get 17 flights out. We engaged with the Qataris to make sure that more flights were coming out as this recent one came out. We will continue to be there for the people of Afghanistan as Canadians expected to, and as Canadians open their homes and their communities to welcome 20, even 40,000 Afghan refugees over the coming months.
Mic number 2, please.
Bonjour, M. Trudeau. Alexa pour Rebel News. Donc, M. Trudeau, je vais revenir rapidement sur ce qui s'est passé hier. Vous avez diabolisé l'un des rares médias qui ne reçoit pas d'argent du gouvernement. Vous avez exprimé votre opinion en disant que nous propageons la désinformation. Si c'était vrai et si c'était le cas, la Cour fédérale ne nous aurait pas permis d'être ici aujourd'hui. Je suis moi-même scientifique et je me base sur les faits. Ma question est la suivante. L'Israël est l'un des pays les plus vaccinés au monde. Ils sont rendus maintenant à leur 4e rappel de vaccin. Ils ne considèrent plus que ceux qui ont reçu 2 doses de vaccin sont pleinement vaccinés. Ma question est, plusieurs Canadiens ne désirent pas avoir un rappel de vaccin. Allez-vous leur enlever leurs privilèges reliés au passeport vaccinal? Et aurez-vous l'obligeance de répondre à ma question en tant que Premier ministre ou allez-vous encore diaboliser mon média?
J'ai partagé ma perspective sur ton organisation hier soir. J'ai plus rien à dire.
Ça demande bien qui vous êtes. Merci.
Question from the phone, please. Operator, is there a question?
Thank you. The next question is from Mélanie Marquis, La Presse. À vous la parole.
Merci. Bonsoir, M. Trudeau. Hier, au débat en français, vous avez fait une profession de foi québécoise bien sentie. Aujourd'hui, le Québec, donc notamment la loi sur la laïcité, le projet de loi 96, ont été attaqués par le truchement des questions d'animatrices. Vous n'êtes pas intervenu. Comment réconcilier le chef libéral d'hier et le chef libéral d'aujourd'hui?
Tout d'abord, je pense qu'on a tous vu que le format empêchait un petit peu une réponse immédiate. Mais je peux dire que d'abord, les Québécois et les Canadiens connaissent bien mon désaccord avec le projet de loi 21. Mais je peux aussi dire, en tant que fier Québécois, que les Québécois ne sont pas racistes.
Mic number 1, please.
Thank you. Benno Schwinghammer with the German press agency DPA. Prime Minister, you and others have been facing in the last weeks quite some hate on the campaign trail from a quite small but loud minority. How would you say to deal with these people? Listen to them or ignore them? And do you think this hate is here to stay?
I think One of the things we need to make sure we're doing quite clearly is making a distinction between those people who are showing up as mobs of anti-vaxxers and protesting everything with racist and misogynistic anti-science approaches, and those millions of Canadians who haven't yet got vaccinated because they still have questions and are unsure if it's right for them or unsure if they really need to. And our approach has been unequivocal on this. We believe that people who have done the right thing, as almost 80% of Canadians have, and gotten vaccinated, should be able to feel free from risk when they get on planes, when they get on trains, when they go into work. And that's why we're working as well with the provinces on vaccine credentials that will allow people to enjoy non-essential services without fearing that their kid, who is 7 and therefore not able to get vaccinated, could be exposed to someone who is. We have to be very, very clear that we are a country of science in which millions of people have stood up to do the right thing for themselves and for their neighbors, and continue to encourage that. It's unfortunate that Erin O'Toole can't even get his own candidates to get vaccinated, and pretends he wants 90% of Canadians to get vaccinated when he can't guarantee 90% of his candidates are vaccinated, as I said during the debate.
Mic number 2, please.
That was quite the softball question from my friend over there, so I'll try and ask a real one. Kean Bexley with thecountersignal.com. Mr. Trudeau, there has been some speculation that this poorly timed election has been called in part so that you can stop Parliament, the former Parliament, from procuring documents that they're constitutionally allowed to have in regards to the Communist Party of China infiltrating the Winnipeg lab that you are in control of, that you're responsible for. So I want to know, is it in Canada's national interest that you're protecting those documents? Is it in China's national interest that you're protecting those documents? Is it in your personal political interest that you're protecting those documents? What are you trying to hide from not just Canadians, but the world?
I think Canadians understand how important it is to protect national security and to ensure that parliamentarians can oversee the work of our national security agencies. That's why, as a commitment we made in 2015, we moved forward with something that Conservatives had always resisted: oversight by parliamentarians over our national security agencies. And the National Security and Intelligence Agency Committee of Parliamentarians actually works, and we granted them full access to all the highly secure documents so as they could see the decisions that our security professionals took and not put at risk the national security of Canada. Parliamentarians need to be able to do their work, which we have enabled, while we protect Canada's national security from China and from others.
Didn't answer the question.
We'll take a question from the phones. Vous allez prendre une question du téléphone. Opérateur.
Thank you. The next question is from Raymond Fillon, TVA. Please go ahead.
Merci, bonsoir, M. Trudeau. Vous vantez depuis plusieurs semaines votre bonne entente avec le premier ministre du Québec. Or, aujourd'hui, François Legault a utilisé des mots très forts envers votre parti. Là. Il l'a qualifié de dangereux, inquiétant, contre les valeurs de la nation québécoise. Est-ce que c'est une trahison, pour vous, ces propos-là de M. Legault aujourd'hui?
Non, on sait très bien que M. Legault va toujours défendre ce qu'il voit comme étant les intérêts des Québécois. Et en tant que fier Québécois, mais aussi en tant que premier ministre du Canada, moi, je vais toujours défendre l'intérêt de tous les Canadiens, incluant les Québécois. Mais quand on pense à ce que les Québécois veulent et nos valeurs, je les connais assez pour savoir que les Québécois ne veulent pas un gouvernement conservateur qui va ramener les cibles de M. Harper et proposer de nouvelles pipelines à travers le pays pour l'environnement. Je sais que les Québécois ne veulent pas relégaliser, remettre en circulation les armes d'assaut que nous avons bannies l'année passée. Je sais que les Québécois, les familles québécoises ont besoin de plus de places en garderie. Et M. O'Toole propose de déchirer l'entente que j'ai signée avec M. Legault pour 6 milliards de dollars qui va livrer des dizaines de milliers de nouvelles places en garderie selon M. Legault. Je vais toujours travailler en partenariat avec les premiers ministres des provinces pour livrer concrètement pour les citoyens, mais il n'y a personne qui s'attend à ce que le fédéral et les gouvernements provinciaux vont toujours être d'accord sur tout.
Mike 1, please.
Hi, Mr. Trudeau. Abigail Beeman, Global News. When your opponents criticized you tonight on Afghanistan, you gave a vague comment about helping to bring more people home. I'm wondering, with the news of 43 Canadians coming out of Kabul, whether there's anything specific you can offer about how many more Canadians are left to help, whether the government will send planes, or whether there's any news about commercial air flights being able to leave there again.
As I've said, we have worked with our international partners on putting pressure on the Taliban to allow Canadians, permanent residents, and indeed anyone with Canadian travel documents to leave. And that's why over the past number of weeks, we've been talking with the Qataris specifically to enable facilitating Canadians leaving as they did just last night from Afghanistan. We know there is much more to do, not just to get Canadians out, but to get the tens of thousands of Afghans that Canada is determined to welcome to a new home, new life, in safety, and Canadians, quite frankly, are excited about welcoming to their communities across the country.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. This is all the time we have.
Merci beaucoup tout le monde.
Interesting to see Justin Trudeau go up. He got 2 questions from independent media. So we had a sort of long-winded triple question from the Rebel, the French reporter there, who asked, it almost sounded like she was giving a speech, but she was asking 3 distinct questions. Trudeau just basically said, I'm not going to answer that. I already told you why yesterday. Then the very next question came from Cian Bexley, also an independent reporter, also a member of the Independent Press Gallery of Canada. He asked a question about China, and it was really an interesting question because we don't really hear that much about the incident that happened at the Winnipeg lab. We know that there's something there and that we're not being told it, but we don't really know. And so it was great to hear that question get put to Trudeau, and he actually addressed it. He didn't really answer it because Trudeau doesn't really answer questions, but he didn't just completely say no to Cian Bexley, and he answered it there. He seemed pretty calm and confident just looking at his demeanor. It seemed like he felt like pretty proud of himself and pretty good about his debate performance, just judging by his sort of smug arrogance. But that's Trudeau, right? He seemed really agitated and really bothered during the debate. There he seemed like he was back to his smug, arrogant self. And I just make one final note. He had to go there once again. We could have had a drinking game. We didn't. We totally dropped the ball tonight on the debate night drinking game. But if there had been a True North drinking game, there would have been 2 points where we would have drank. But every time Trudeau invoked the word Harper, which we got a Harper there. We got a couple Harpers throughout the course of the debate. And then also every time he called Canadians racist. And he called Canadians racist, the ones that were protesting. So when there's angry Conservatives, it's because they're racist.
Exactly. You know, Trudeau, he doesn't like being confronted in a strong manner, right? That's why the debates, I think he got a little flustered in the debate, especially when there was 2 or 3 leaders coming out at once and they were talking over each other. And it's why he doesn't really like the House of Commons. And he tries to avoid it as much as possible. But press conferences, he quite likes them. Even questions from non-friendly reporters are generally not shouted in a way that sort of knocks him off his game. He can take his time, respond to them, and he certainly was much more sort of calm and collected here, even in the face of questions from non-friendly reporters than he was during the debate. And it's, you know, so it's one of the reasons why we have so few debates, right? You know, if Trudeau really loved debate or thought debate we would have more. He would agree to more debates. He would have gone to the City TV debate in Toronto 2 years ago, or he would have agreed to other debates. The Monk Center the Monk debates had talked about having a foreign affairs debate at one point as well. But he doesn't like that, and he knows he's on the defensive there, so that's why we don't have them, because he doesn't want them.
Sully, what did you think, Sue-Ann?
Well, you know, I love the long-winded question from the French Rebel reporter, or the Rebel reporter speaking French, on and on and on, and then he just basically dismissed her, which is classic Trudeau, of course.
It's rude. Trudeau, the feminist, refused to take a question from a young female reporter.
Yeah. Well, it was classic, but, you know, he shows his true colors. Yes, he was calm. Because he thinks he can work the room, basically. But there was no added value at all from any of his answers.
Absolutely.
Do you think?
When Trudeau talks, I don't really get a lot of information. I just hear a lot of word salads, and that was sort of more of the same. All right, we've got NDP leader Jagmeet Singh out here answering some questions, so let's go back over to that scrum.
Je suis prêt à réaliser les buts. Ce que je dis, et je veux être tellement clair, mon but, c'est de me battre pour les gens. Ça veut dire investir dans les gens, investir dans notre soin de santé, faire face à la crise climatique. Et comme Premier ministre, j'aurais prêt à travailler avec n'importe qui veut travailler avec moi pour réaliser les changements qui aident les gens, qui aident pour bâtir un meilleur avenir.
We'll take a question from the phone. Operator, is there a question from the phone, please?
Thank you. The next question is from Sheila Gunn Reid from Rebel News. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, the polls show that your party is between 15 and 20%. No party here on the stage tonight is even close to representing a majority of Canadians. This is an absolute divided country. Yet when conservative journalists like me ask you fair questions on behalf of Canadians, you insult us and refuse to answer a single word. You are like a child putting your hands over your ears. Do you really think you can become Prime Minister by trying to freeze out any Canadian who disagrees with you? In your own riding, you only got 38% of the vote. Is this how you treat the other 62% of people who disagree with you?
No, thanks so much.
Mic number one, please. Sorry, mic number two.
Hi, Mr. Singh. Olivia Stefanovich, CBC News.
Hi.
You were criticized in the debate for having a platform that lacks details. I'm wondering why that is. Why is your plan so general? And do you have any regrets about releasing a platform so early, even before this election was called, without the fine details for voters to read?
Not at all. We laid out a plan, a vision of what we stand for. And our plan is, not surprisingly, a lot of the things that we fought for before because Mr. Trudeau didn't do them. We still believe that people should have access to medication and they shouldn't worry about how they can afford it. We believe strongly that people shouldn't have to worry about whether they can afford or have coverage to get dental care. We absolutely believe that we need to make the ultra-rich pay their fair share. And these continue to be really pressing questions on the minds of lots of people who can't afford their medication, who can't afford dental care, and are worried about who pays for the recovery and who pays the price of this pandemic. We are the only party with a credible plan that says we're not going to cut the help that people receive, and we're not going to put the burden back on the people that have struggled. We are the only party that clearly states we're going to make the billionaires, the 44 richest billionaires in Canada who increased their wealth by $78 billion in this pandemic and don't pay their share. We're going to make them start paying their fair share. And that way we can invest it in people. I want to be clear, though. Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole have ruled that out. They have voted against making web giants like Amazon pay their fair share. And that means they're either going to cut the help that you need or put the pressure back on the people that have already struggled. That's their plan. We have a different approach. Back on the people that have already struggled. That's their plan. We have a different approach.
Mic number one, please.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Singh. Ryan Tumulty, National Post. You are voting tomorrow. Canadians are beginning to vote tomorrow.
Yes.
Your party has not released a fully costed platform at this point. Do you think it's fair to Canadians to ask them to vote for you without knowing what it will cost?
Yes, it is very fair, and I want Canadians to vote. I'm going to be voting tomorrow. And if you want different results, you're going to have to vote differently. If you want the things that we believe in and that we're putting out, you have to vote for it. So I want you all to get out and vote, please. What we're saying to Canadians is we are putting a choice to you all. And it's Canadians to decide this, but the choice is, can you afford another 4 more years of Mr. Trudeau, who has made a lot of promises and broken them, and that hurts people. When he promised to bring in pharmacare and breaks that promise and walks away from it, families continue to spend thousands of dollars on medications. People who need medication constantly have to make the choice between the medications that they need or paying the bills that they also have to pay. Those are choices that people continue to have to make because Mr. Trudeau breaks those commitments. So if you truly want universal pharmacare, if you want to see childcare delivered, if you want to see dental care, the best way to make that happen is to vote for New Democrats, because we will deliver. We are committed to it. We are the party that's been founded by workers and founded on the principles of healthcare that's public. We are going to do it. So if you need it, and that's something that matters to you, you can trust us to deliver it.
And we will go to the phones. Opérateur, est-ce qu'il y a une question au téléphone? Is there a question on the phones?
Thank you. The next question is from Tonda McCharles from the Toronto Star. Please go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Singh. Thanks for taking my question. Just following up on the lack of detail in your platform on costs and timelines and stuff. The Liberals say that their childcare plan will cut fees in half next year, and they'll have $10 a day daycare by 2026. You're promising $10 a day daycare as well, but with no details. What's your timeline for that? And are you pegging the same amount of money, $30 billion?
So I think it's a really important question. What the Liberals have laid out, the plan is a good plan. The problem, and so we would want to meet or exceed that type of deadline. But the reality is, the real timeline of the Liberals is 30 years, because they started promising this idea, which we absolutely believe in, 30 years ago. And they have made people wait for 3 decades, despite having majority governments, despite having the ability to get things done. They have made people wait for 30 years. So I should say, we're not going to have the Liberal timelines of 30 years. Our timeline is going to be to get it done as quickly as possible, because we know that people need it. We believe in it. And I also put this to Canadians. If Mr. Trudeau really wanted to get it done, why did he call an election? Why didn't he continue to deliver, knowing that we would have supported any measure to bring in childcare? We could have got it done. He chose an election instead. Folks should consider that when they're making their choice in this election. If Mr. Trudeau wanted to do it, he could have. Why is he campaigning on it rather than actually delivering it, working on delivering it, making it happen?
Mic number 2, please.
Hi, Mr. Singh. Benjamin Stephen, The Charlatan, the Carleton University student newspaper. Tonight, Mr. Trudeau said your cynicism towards his government's reconciliation work is damaging efforts. How do you respond to this statement?
I mean, it's a pretty ludicrous thing to say. What's damaging reconciliation is Mr. Trudeau looking Indigenous people in the eyes and saying, I'm going to deliver clean drinking water, and then breaking that promise to the people of Niskandiga, breaking that promise to little B, a 12-year-old girl who is fighting for clean drinking water in Canada in the 21st century, because she's never seen that in her life. She has never known what it's like to turn the tap on and to be able to drink the water. She is fighting for clean drinking water because Mr. Trudeau promised to deliver it 6 years ago and said it would happen by 2021, and then walked away from that commitment. While at the same time, in the beginning weeks of this pandemic, he leapt to provide $750 billion in backstops to the wealthiest banks in Canada. That's what's eroding public trust. That's cynical.
Thank you.
That's all the time we have. Merci beaucoup.
Thanks so much. I was ready for more. I was excited, but that's all the time we have. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I feel like Jagmeet Singh is just really in his element. I remember during the last campaign watching him and just seeing him struggle, and he just didn't seem like a very effective leader. And I could almost say it's the exact opposite now. Watching him come out, he's energetic. He's obviously a character, right? He's a little bit of a weird guy, but he was really amicable, answering questions really clearly. He had a couple of really strong pitches in there for the sort of swing voters as to why not to go to Trudeau and why to go over to the NDP. I think Jagmeet's really coming into his own as a leader. It's good for the Conservatives, obviously, because the stronger the NDP vote, the worse it is for the Liberals. There was an interesting moment there where Sheila Gunn-Reid, the Rebel reporter, really started calling him out on his inability to engage with people on the other side. This is a theme that we sort of talked about, how, you know, if you're on the right, if you're kind of more of a hardcore conservative or more on the right wing, far right, you don't really have a place in Canada. It's really weird the way that right-wingers get demonized, and, you know, Trudeau called them racist in the last bit, and here Singh, again, refusing to answer Sheila Gunn-Reid's question. I think that it's unfortunate that he wouldn't even engage with Sheila. And again, unfortunate that the left in this country has such a negative view of their political opponents.
It's a common theme at every level of government, and I certainly experienced it during my career as a journalist with Postmedia. I think it's wrong. I think that, they talk about free speech. They talk about being open and accountable.
And also inclusive, and they talk about diversity.
And the most intolerant, some of those politicians from the NDP side of things are the most intolerant. I had NDP politicians bragging that they were blocking me on social media, like it was some big game or competition. So, I didn't think he handled that well. And the other thing, he is a character. He is really a character, but it's always that tax the rich theme that drives me crazy.
Right.
And, they talk about it at the provincial level. It's always the same theme.
Well, it's like a super simplistic idea, right? It's like, oh, there's these 47 billionaires in the country, so all we have to do is tax them. It's like, well, you know that the deficit is what, $350 billion. So even if you took all the money from all those billionaires, it wouldn't even be like, the debt is $1 trillion. It wouldn't even do a dent towards the debt. Like, we have a huge spending problem in this country. You can't just say like, oh, let's we talk about how they demonize conservatives. They really demonize billionaires. Like, I know. They really, really, if there's one group of people that it's totally socially acceptable to just say like the nastiest things about, it's these billionaires. And it's like, what are you going to do? Take all their money? They're the ones that are in many ways leading these huge companies and leading.
They're job creators.
Growth. Right, exactly. They're creating things that aren't there. And it's like, we're going to go after these people. Well, what's your economy going to look like after that?
Well, and not only that, you won't get it, because the split second it looks like you actually are going to get any of their money. These people are extraordinarily sophisticated, and their money will be offshore. I don't know where it'll be. I just know it'll be out of reach somewhere.
Right.
Right. In a very, very short order. I think he had some effective lines. I think your point that he a couple of points in that Q&A, he really laid out his pitch, saying, "Here's why you should vote for me." And for a long, long time, I remember in the last election, the NDP campaign manager saying to me that the problem that was that her voters liked Justin Trudeau too much, and that one of the problems is that every time they try to take a shot at Justin Trudeau as the NDP, their own members would call up and complain and say, we're being mean, you're being like the Tories, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And part of, I think, Trudeau's decline of popularity in the last month or so hasn't just been conservative liberal switchers being turned off of him. It's by NDPers being turned off of him in a way that wasn't true 2 years ago and certainly wasn't true 6 years ago. And as a result, that's given, in NDP world, that's given Jagmeet and his campaign team license to go more aggressive. We've seen attack ads on Trudeau. My Facebook, I live in a riding it's an NDP liberal switcher riding, and my Facebook is full of NDP attack ads and liberals. Some of them are more effective than others, but it's something we certainly didn't see in the past. And Jagmeet, did a couple of sort of drive-by smears on O'Toole tonight, but that he was really not the main target. Trudeau was his main target. And we'll see if it works, because the fact of the matter is that Singh had a good English debate in the last election, and there was all this talk that his numbers were going to go up, and then Trudeau was able to pull a whole bunch of those votes back to the Liberals at the end. So for this, it's all about Singh winning those last 2 weeks and making sure the NDP gets 21 or 22% and not 16 or 17.
I think if he's going to draw the Liberal vote, he was very effective tonight in presenting the reasons why he should. And I think it's out there to be drawn. I mean, he could, in fact, steal back those supporters. I certainly sense that.
Sure.
Well, it was interesting, just to your point that the NDP doesn't want to be too harsh on the Liberals because the NDP voters like them. There were several times in that debate where I heard Jagmeet Singh say that he liked the Liberal plan, or that the Liberal had a good idea, or that he agreed with it. And that's almost a little jarring, watching a debate, because you're so used to, people saying, no, your plan's wrong, this is why my plan's better. And it was weird to see Singh do that a few times, but given that context you just gave, it kind of makes sense that at the end of the day, the NDP and the Liberals agree on most things. Yeah. It's just a matter of how are we going to get to these same end goals?
Well, and not even how, but off just the timeline. Right. Somebody once said the Liberals are just, NDPers are just liberals in a hurry, right? If the Liberals say we'll do it in 10 years, the NDPs will do it in 3, right? And that's the big difference in them. And I think that's a really interesting point, Candice, because he might agree with the Liberal plan, And he often says he agreed with Trudeau's intentions, but not his record in actually getting there, which is, I think, where the NDP has clearly discovered that's their effective line of attack. We say we can't criticize Trudeau's intentions because our voters won't believe that he's a bad man not trying to do these things.
Right.
But we can say he's been ineffective at delivering on the things that we care about.
Right, and that was that great line that Singh just had, saying that, look, you could have been implementing a national, I think it was pharmacare that he was talking about, but instead you called this election. So, you know, you've been promising this thing for the last 30 years, and the Liberals have, and Trudeau has in his political career, instead of going and implementing it and working with the NDP. This is a question that I wish that someone would have asked Jagmeet, and it's interesting because usually the legacy media is so interested in process questions, figuring out, you know, what's his strategic thing to do. I was surprised that no one asked him whether he would be willing to prop up another Trudeau Liberal minority, because given that that was what we just had, if Trudeau again wins a minority government, I think it will be a huge loss for the Liberals. It will be a huge loss for Trudeau because he created this vanity election. He's spending, what, $650 million on this election. If the result is exactly the same, I think that that is a loss for Trudeau, and he should be shamed and probably removed from his office. So
he'll be gone, don't you think?
I think the Liberals would have good reason to try to remove him as leader, and Canadians too. So it would be worth asking Jagmeet, are you going to prop this guy up again, given that you just had propped him up? You could have worked together, but instead he chose the election for the purpose of not having the NDP as a coalition partner, an informal coalition partner. So I'm a little surprised that no one asked him that question. All right, we have Green Party anime Paul. I think this is probably just wrapping up soon, but we can go to her for a minute and then we will wrap it up here.
Finalement, d'aller aux racines, de parler de la discrimination, de parler de la pauvreté, de parler le logement abordable, de parler de l'équité dans notre société. C'est comme ça qu'on attaque les causes des actes criminels et c'est comme ça qu'on évite ce qu'on a maintenant. C'est une surreprésentation des peuples autochtones et aussi le diaspora noire dans notre système de justice criminelle.
Mic number 1, please.
Good evening, Ms. Paul. Justin Ling, freelance. I want to hear you talk a bit about the exchange you had with Mr. Blanchet. As you noted earlier, you know, you're the first racialized woman to wind up or to earn her way onto this debate stage. What was your reaction to sort of being hectored by the Bloc leader over supposedly, I think in his words, as he said earlier, calling Quebecers altogether racist?
I'm not sure he said that in this.
Oh, he said it out here for sure.
Oh, did he? Okay. I wasn't watching it, so I don't know what he said, and I certainly didn't say that. I mean, I have a great respect for the people of Quebec. When I was speaking, when I was on the debate stage with Mr. Blanchet, I simply made the point that if he is interested in learning more about the experience of people like myself or those who have said very clearly that systemic discrimination exists, and let's keep in mind that the United Nations, their working group on people of African descent, said just a few years ago that systemic racism exists here. Our Supreme Court has also acknowledged that systemic racism exists, and we can see it in the data as well. So if you would like to learn more about our experience, then I, again, extend my hand in friendship and in understanding toward him.
Mic number 2, please.
Good evening. I'm Jenna Kokula with The Wire Report. Today, a member of your party tweeted that the Green Party was calling for a reversal of the CRTC's wholesale decision. I'm just wondering if this is an official party policy. And
sorry, which decision?
The wholesale decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, not as far as I know. I wasn't aware of that. I'd have to see the details, but based on what you're saying there, that would not be the case.
So what are your thoughts on how to lower internet bills?
Oh boy, this is, we have a section in our platform dedicated to this. We know that this is one of these unfulfilled pieces of business. We need to invest in ensuring that every single community has access and affordable access to high-speed broadband service. We've seen during the pandemic, even in neighborhoods like Toronto Centre, which is deeply urban, that there are many people that simply don't have access to what we have to agree now is an essential service. We know that it's holding building back rural and remote communities as well. And so in the next session of Parliament, it has to be a top priority to get that job done. And those who want to take a look at our platform will see our proposals for how we would do that. Certainly, we need to have a greater diversity of providers as well. That's part of the solution.
We'll go to the phones. Opérateur, est-ce qu'il y a une question au téléphone? Operator, is there a question from the phone?
Thank you. Yes, the next question is from David Menzies from Rebel News. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Good evening, Ms. Paul. Hope you're doing well. Ms. Paul, clearly this debate is an insider's club for the political establishment. It banned Maxime Bernier of the People's Party of Canada, even though he is ahead of the Bloc Québécois and Jerome Party, the Green Party, in the polls. It banned me and Rebel News from even reporting until the federal court said that was illegal. Why have you not spoken out against this? Don't you think all voices should be heard in Canada?
Thank you for the question. We did have an opportunity to provide recommendations to the Commission establishing the rules for the debates. And certainly from our perspective, having more debates is incredibly important. It is incredibly disappointing that we only had 2 hours to discuss so many important issues. We spent, I think, 10 minutes or 20 minutes talking about Indigenous peoples, for instance. I don't think we spent even 10 minutes speaking about Afghanistan. So we can see what this new system has created. It's created less opportunities for people in Canada to get to know the parties, to get to know the leaders of those parties, to get to know our positions. That's not a good thing for democracy. In the case of those parties who are not included, I think we do need to find a way for small parties who are trying to establish themselves to have a way of participating and getting known. Otherwise, we do have the same old parties constantly monopolizing the discussion.
That's all the time we have. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Should us wrap it up?
Oh, I just thought she made the most.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. This has been True North's live election debate night. I think we're into hour 5. It's past midnight here in Toronto. I got to get home to my little kids. But Hamish Marshall and Sue and Levy, it's been such a pleasure. So great to sit down and talk with you. Just quick reaction. I thought that it was great that Anna-May Paul finished on that note, sort of echoing what we've said here. And I don't expect to have a lot in common in terms of our policy visions for the country. But the way that she just stood up and said this debate hasn't worked. This hasn't been a very good idea. We didn't cover enough ground. We didn't cover enough issues. We didn't have enough time. We didn't include enough people. That's absolutely right. So good for Anna-May Paul for finishing on that note. To folks at home who are still tuning in, thank you so much for giving us so much of your time this evening. I hope you enjoyed our analysis. Again, if you want to support the work that we do at True North, we have investigative journalists. We've been putting out exclusive reports every single day of this campaign. We've broken some really big stories, really important stuff. We do podcasts every day, videos every day. We put out documentaries. We do a lot of really interesting journalism over there. So go check it out at tnc.news if you're so inclined. Please consider making a small donation to keep events like this going. And we will be back again on election night. We're going to do a very similar type of program. So hope to see you again on election night. Otherwise, I'll be back with the Candice Malcolm show tomorrow. Thanks again for tuning in and have a lovely evening, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.